bakhe bathi kumakhaya abo bagutyungela leli lifu likubungele usapho lwakwaMandela bayayazi into kokuba eli lixa lokufika komzimba lilixa elibuhlungu kakhulu kusapho lilixa lokuncama nobethandabuza nobesoloko ezibambile kuthi kusakufikwa kwelinqanaba ufumanisa into kokuba kunzima ndiqinisekile Vuyo imeli bakunjalo nakusapho lwakwaTata uMandela ngoku ngoba okokoko sithe sawa isithonga savakala isithonga sokuwa kwakhe bekunyanzelekile into kokuba baziqinise ngenxa izinto yinto kodwa ngoku alisekho ixesha lokuqina ngoba ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo olu luphawu lokuba uMandela usondele apho ayakulala khona usondele kwingcwaba lakhe usondele kwikhaya lakhe lokugqibela ndifuna ukuthi kumzuzu obuhlungu lo usapho lukaba uMandela.
You're right, Sis Makolo. This is usually one of the most difficult moments in a family's life when something like this happens, because this is when people break down. This is when those who could muster the courage to actually be strong and provide a shoulder to lean on for other people. This is when they too, the strongest within the family, also start to break down. It becomes the toughest moment once that coffin enters the house. A lot of people do break down.
Ingakumbi apha kubawo uMadiba Vuyo eli ibilikhaya lakhe ebezingcangala.
But also this is where the family, every time Tata made it a point that he gathers his family every once in a while. So this was a place of joy. This was a place, probably the only place where as many members of the family gathered and got to reminisce, got to be told the history, got to be taught how to take care of one another. I mean, I was impressed talking to the grandchildren yesterday. They were reminiscing about this place, how Tata would bring them here, how after a while he never really, at first, I mean, he had to convince them of the necessity of coming together every once in a while, and they would do so here. But after a while, he never had to even nudge them. They were the ones saying, when it's time to go to Qunu, so that all of us can, to use the modern word that everyone uses now, to bond as a family. Now, this is a place where now they are coming together for the first time for something as painful as having lost that.
Akhondi mnandi ebantwini Vuyo abasebenza esilungwini abantu abasezidolophini akhondi mnandi njengokuba bangazilibali ingcambu zabo bangazilimbali apho bakuphuma khona. Ndiyacinga uba uTata uMandela ngalomfuziselo walendlu wenze kanye lonto emva kweminyaka engama27 esentolongweni. Into yokuqala ayenzileyo waba kukuvusa ikhaya kuba there's no place like home Vuyo. Akhonto imnandi njengokuba uthi xa kuvaliwe emisebenzini edolophini uthi ndiyagoduka ndiya ekhaya.
In fact, this is the time most people go home. This is the weekend when most people go home. They have taken their leave. They want to be with loved ones. The Mandela family in the next week or so would have been coming here, and in previous years they would be doing so with Tata among them. This time around, they have indeed come home, but for a very different reason, a reason none of them would have wanted, the day, in fact, that none of them would have wanted to come.
Ewe Vuyo, ngamaxesha ngaphambili, ngamaxesha obumnandi kwelakhaya. uTata uMadiba ebezawungena kuzodityanwa kulusapho angene ezidodobele. Namhlanje kanye ngelo xesha ixesha lobumnandi, ixesha apho intsapho zibuthelana khona zikhothana amanxeba kuba uMandela ungena ngomkhumbi. yoloo nto ndisithi kumele uba kubuhlungu kolwasapho.
It's a very, very good morning to you and a warm welcome from Eliane Manas and the rest of the SABC crew here at the Auckland Park Studios. Today is the final day. Today, the body of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela will be laid to rest in Qunu. The focus of the broadcast this morning is the proceedings to the funeral as they unfold in Qunu. SABC journalists have been placed in various areas and will be crossing to them for the latest developments throughout this morning's broadcast as well. Now, news that we do have is that the funeral is expected to begin at 8 o'clock this morning. It'll end at 10 o'clock, and thereafter there'll be a private ceremony for the family. That'll happen. No cameras are allowed there. That is a moment where the family are able to say goodbye in private. So we, of course, respecting that for them, but we will bring you everything live and to your screens as the funeral gets underway. Well, news is that most of the guests have already started arriving. We've seen a lot of the very, very prominent and VIPs arriving and their aircrafts landing at the Mthatha airport this morning. Let's just show you a couple of the arrivals. There you can see is His Royal Highness Prince Charles. He arrived there this morning just after 5 a.m. and you can see that he's being welcomed and briefed and told where to go to the respective areas. So that's Prince Charles arriving from far. We can see Patrice Motsepe and his wife, Precious Malloy, Dr. Precious Malloy, also making their way through into the funeral area. The next arrival of the morning is Oprah Winfrey. Well, there she came in at about 17 minutes past 5. She's accompanied by Stedman Graham, her very long-time companion, as well as Gayle King. You can see Gayle King in the corner of the shot there as well. So these are pictures from earlier this morning, and we'll keep you updated. The aircrafts are landing constantly. Our cameras are there capturing it for you. So as soon as people do arrive, we'll bring them to you, and you'll be able to watch. Now, as I mentioned, our reporters are all over the area in the Eastern Cape, but I suppose all eyes are in that specific location where Janine Lee, our reporter, is standing by. She's at the viewing site in Qunu, perhaps one of the closest sites that you can get to the the homestead of the Mandelas and also to the public viewing area where the residents in the area are able to attend the funeral there. So let's find out from Janine Lee what it's like there this morning. It's already 6 o'clock, but I know people have been urged to go from very, very early. Janine, good morning to you. What's it like there this morning?
Well, Leanne, yes, as you said, it is early in the morning still, but people have been coming through the night. The N2's been extremely busy. Blue light brigades bringing high-profile dignitaries through. As you said, Oprah Winfrey just landed. We've heard that President Jacob Zuma has also landed this morning. We thought he landed last night, but we've subsequently heard that he landed this morning. So they are hoping that everybody, I'm looking over there to the family homestead, they're hoping that everybody will be seated by 7 a.m. It might be a little difficult, but even shuttle buses running all through the night from East London. And when we drove through this morning, as I'm talking to you, there's a big convoy going through. They've got motorbikes, they're black cars, many cars, police, all escorting vehicles in. So I think, as you said, the dignitaries are coming in thick and fast to make that 7 o'clock deadline. But Leanne, just briefly, what's going to happen this morning? Everybody, they want to be seated by 7. And then at 7:15, the with Mandela's coffin on the gun carriage. And I think this is going to be a very special moment, especially for us up here on the media centre, as well as for our viewers, because what will happen then is with that gun carriage, this procession will move, taking the coffin to the funeral marquee. And as that moves along, a 21 gun salute will be fired every minute in honour of former President Nelson Mandela. And then they expect the official state funeral to start at 8 a.m. So hopefully all those timelines can be met, as it's been extremely difficult to get everybody in and everybody seated. You must understand there are going to be between 4,000 to 5,000 people that will be in that marquee, which is just over the road, and I'm situated in the middle. And as you said earlier, you can catch a glimpse of the public viewing area. This is probably the closest one to the funeral. So I think once this fills up, and there's bound to be an overflow, that the people sitting here on this hill will be able to look over and just cast their eyes over the funeral venue and perhaps absorb exactly what's happening. And although there is a big screen here they'll probably be looking at, but it's quite nice as I stand here to be able to see the viewing site behind me and also look over that way and to see where everything is happening. A very special moment indeed for the local community, their Nelson Mandela, who came from here, and for South Africa and for the world indeed.
How are people feeling, though? Because we've been hearing a lot of unhappy residents in that area, not able to attend, and have been told that that it's. I suppose there are a maximum amount of people that are allowed to attend. You've been there for a while. Just talk us through that.
Absolutely, Anne. In the Xhosa culture, people wanted to go across the N2 and pay their respects, but unfortunately this did not happen. And I think what authorities were hoping that when Nelson Mandela's body arrived in Qunu yesterday, that procession from Mthatha all the way to Qunu, that would be the time for the people to say their last goodbyes. But because things ran, late, and it's difficult to not to understand why it did. It's understandable, but that procession was meant to come through a lot slower than it did. It was over in a minute, so it's understandable why the people of this community feel a little bit shortchanged. It was their Mandela, and I've said this many times in the week leading up to this. He always had an open door policy when he came here to Qunu. His home was open before his health started to fail, and anybody from the village could pop over and have a cup of tea with him. And I've spoken to many villagers, and they can't understand what is happening now. Why there's this lockdown, and they're not allowed to even get close. So it's a bit sad for them. Ironical that the fact that he came from here. These are his very people, and in a way they've almost been denied. But you can understand why. Security is so tight, so many high-profile dignitaries, and it's been very difficult for authorities to balance the two and keep everyone happy. And we know you will never keep everyone happy. And hopefully today, with the state funeral and the number of viewing sites that they've got all around Qunu and Mthatha and the surrounding areas, that this will afford the people an opportunity to say goodbye to the Nelson Mandela who they loved so much.
I think you said it well there. I mean, we're talking about a balancing act here. It is a state funeral. At the same time, there are so many traditions and cultures that need to be upheld at a time like this. You know, we all know that Madiba really held his culture and his people. And when I talk about his people, I'm not talking about the whole of South Africa. I'm talking about those in his Abatembo tribe, and also those in the area that you're standing in right now. Like you say, open door policy. That's the way he lived. So it must be a difficult time for them.
Yes, Leanne, it is. You know, we heard that they were going to boycott the drive past when it came yesterday, but, you know, that didn't happen. There were people all out on the roads. It's difficult to say no to Nelson Mandela. We've heard that when he asked somebody something, although he just asked, it almost came across as a command. You did what he wanted. And I think these people know that he would have wanted them to be here. And they were out in their numbers. We saw those visuals from Mthatha. Thousands and thousands of people, and here in this very rural village, they were here, they were waving their flags, they were singing songs when we were standing on the hill, and his coffin came through, and we just heard this massive outpouring of love and respect for Nelson Mandela. So I think that they've forgotten perhaps that they weren't allowed in, and I think today everybody will be appeased. And yesterday was their day, Leanne, for celebrations. We were in some of the villages. Women were cooking on black pots. We arrived unannounced, and they invited us in. Wow. And they said, come and join us. This is a celebration today. And, I had to eat goat's meat, and I ate liver, and it was a wonderful experience. But it was just so much the spirit of Ubuntu, what Nelson Mandela would have loved. And they said they were celebrating yesterday, but they said in the villages today, things will be quiet. It's going to be a day of respect, and it's going to be a day when they reflect and when they say goodbye to their Nelson Mandela.
Oh, what a beautiful story, Janine. Those are the memories you're taking away with you that I know that are going to live with you for a very, very long time. Before I let you go for this particular crossing, I know we're crossing to throughout the morning. Last night, we do know that there was a memorial service that, a night vigil that was held at the Walter Sisulu University in Mthatha. I'm not sure if you were there. I know it's about 46 kilometers from where you are right now. But have you had word? How did it go last night? What was the atmosphere like there?
Once again, Leanne, my colleague Zimkita Masangwane was there, and it started at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon and went right through the night. It was a somber mood, but a mood of quietness and a mood of respect, and supported by local community and the ANC provincial membership. They were there to say goodbye, and it's a big thing in Xhosa culture, a traditional thing to hold night vigils and to say goodbye to people that you love. And I mean, you'll understand that today is going to be a long day. It's been an incredible long build-up to today, 10 days, and yet people have been going non-stop, and they would have sat there all through the night last night, and they will be out again in full force today saying goodbye. So there was a quote that I saw yesterday from Nelson Mandela. It says something like this: it always seems impossible until it's done. And that just keeps ringing through in my head, because things have been so difficult here the last 10 days. I mean, you will remember we had 3 days of torrential downpours here in Qunu, and it was relentless. And all through that time, people were trying to set up the marquees, trying to set up the viewing areas, and spare a thought also for the media from all over the world. There's this massive media center that is just off to my left. They were trying to set up all the facilities that are going to make today possible and to bring what is happening here in Qunu to the rest of the world. We've heard the broadcast hub just up to the left of me, as I said, they're going to be bringing this funeral to 500 million viewers. So just spare thought what the logistics must have been to set up so this would be possible. But you know, they worked through the rain. They took a time out when it was too heavy to actually work, and they were delayed by 12 hours. And then once there was a gap in the rain, they worked 24/7 through the night to make this possible. And they did it with a smile on their faces. And all through these proceedings, since I've been here, it's been tough. I mean, rural Transkei is not an easy place. It's a difficult place when it rains. And people have done it with a smile on their faces. And for each other, they've done it with consideration and respect. And I think that's something that Nelson Mandela would have been proud of. Those are the values that he stood for. And we've had press conferences with government, and you know, they've praised everybody, the media included. They said, people, thank you so much for respecting the boundaries that we've put in place and working patiently with each other to make this possible. And I'm sure that these are the values that are going to be carried through today. Nobody trying to overstep, nobody trying to get that picture or get that shot that's going to invade privacy or make the authorities unhappy. So I must say personally for me, and I'm sure I've spoken to many of the foreign journalists, and they've covered massive stories in their careers, and they said nothing beats this. This will go down in their history books as the biggest event in their journalistic careers. Normally on cameras giving you just a glimpse of that media village up on the top of the hill. It's difficult to actually comprehend. I mean, there was a guy from Belgium. He said, Janine, he said, I met him. He said, come and have a cup of coffee with me. He said, I've even got an espresso machine. It's unbelievable. And people are so tired. They've camped out tonight. Their tents scattered all up there. You can't see them at the moment, but their tents and their people are sleeping on stretchers and their camper vans and their people with very, very, very red eyes. But the feeling is absolutely amazing. And I think these are the things that Nelson Mandela stood for. And I should imagine that he's looking down and he's extremely happy with how things have taken place. And just a funny story to tell you, Leanne, I know I'm going on, but it's difficult not to get caught up in the moment because it's absolutely so wonderful. We have all these satellite dishes up there. There are countless satellite dishes. And every now and again, the cows from the fields here in Qunu, they march up to that media center that you're looking, and they start grazing in front of the satellite dishes. And everyone in the broadcast industry will know that that's absolutely no-no. You don't want somebody standing in front of your satellite. So you have these guys, they've got guys on the sidelines to like shoo these cows away so that they don't interrupt the signal. But, I'm sure myself and everybody here are going to take away so many wonderful memories from this event. It's been a very emotional time, and today is day 10, and sadly, happily, I'm not sure how to put it. It's the end of it, and it's going to be a fitting farewell for the world's greatest icon.
No, Janine, I can feel the emotion that you're speaking about right now, and it's wonderful chatting to you about being there and just painting us an incredible picture of the atmosphere that's out there amongst the media and the community. All right, now, just to let you know that the airspace around Qunu is going to be closed shortly after the last flight has landed, bringing in the international dignitaries attending former President Nelson Mandela's funeral today. And this, we did see the arrival of Prince Charles. We saw Oprah, and we also saw Patrice Motsepe arriving with his wife a bit earlier. The funeral marquee doors have just opened, and mourners have to be seated by 7 o'clock this morning. Now, let's read some of your tweets. We've got Pilo Tsotetsi writing and saying, hats off to the SABC for broadcasting everything about Madiba. It felt as though I was there myself. A job well done. Thank you so much, Pilo. We really appreciate your feedback there. Jeffrey, deaf people throughout the world want to say thank you for providing the SA Deaf with SASL interpreter on TV and online. It's an absolute pleasure, and I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Nomsa, today you will really vanish from our eyes. Tata Madiba, you will be dearly missed, the father of our nation, the icon of our struggle. All right, we'll continue to show you some more tweets throughout the morning. Now, I think the big question is, what will the weather be like? I can tell you on my way to work this morning, it's been the strangest weather conditions out there. It rains, then it stops. Then the sky is clear, then it's cloudy. It's incredibly bizarre here in Johannesburg. But I suppose we all want to know really what the weather's like in Qunu. We've got Phil in studio with us this morning that's going to be talking to us about the weather. Good morning to you, Phil.
Well, a very good morning to you as well, Leanne. Well, we do have something rather special, and as we can see behind me over there, you can see not clear skies really. We have a little bit of cloud cover going, a little bit of mist in the background as well, a very low-level mist over there. We're expecting that to continue all the way throughout the morning time, but as we begin to move later on into the day, we're expecting a few changes to happen there. We are expecting isolated to scattered thundershowers even this afternoon. That's up to a 60% chance of thundershowers. Now, behind me, what you can see over there is quite a lot of, as I was saying, very low-level cloud cover, and very, very dense fog in some places. Now, although that is expected to continue throughout the morning, it will burn off largely by the time the procession begins and by the time, indeed, we begin to really get into it. But as we move later into the day, we are going to begin to see quite a densening of those clouds, and it will become more and more rainy throughout the day. And as we can see, as we move into the evening time, it will become quite wet. A 25-degree high has been forecast for Qunu today, but in the afternoon time that will begin to cool down towards 15 degrees by the evening. But as usual, we are expecting that to only continue right into the night. But for today, for the rest of the country, we're expecting isolated thundershowers throughout the southern coast of South Africa, partly cloudy conditions along the western coast, quite low wind speeds throughout the country, but up the eastern coast, a 60% chance of thundershowers over there, as I was saying, in the Eastern Cape, that 60% chance of thundershowers, mainly this afternoon though, no rain expected in Qunu this morning. But up the northeastern regions of the country, we're expecting quite a bit of fog in that region as well, a 30% chance of thundershowers, but we do have a watch for you, and this has been issued by the South African Weather Service. It is for conditions which are conducive to the spread of wildfires, so please be vigilant if you're in that area. Well, as we begin this morning, it's going to be about 21 degrees in Johannesburg. It's quite a warm morning there, and that will warm up between now and about 12 o'clock this afternoon. 23 in Durban, moving towards the west, quite a warm morning as well. Cape Town's at 17 degrees and George 21. It's going to warm up in Cape Town to 22 this afternoon. George is at a high of 24 degrees, a maximum of 25 for Mthatha, as we know that that is shared by Qunu. And as we move towards Durban, 28 degrees, and Johannesburg at 31, Messina and Phalaborwa 37 and 39 respectively, absolutely scorching there. But by tomorrow we are expecting temperatures to remain hot in the far northeastern regions, as we can see up the southern coast of South Africa. Isolated thundershowers expected there, still a 60% chance of thundershowers up the rest of the eastern coast. It will remain cool in that area, and very, very dense cloud cover is expected throughout the day there as well. Partly cloudy conditions without the chance of rain, largely throughout the central interior, but by the time we reach the western coast and then indeed Cape Town, no cloud, no rain expected there. Absolutely beautiful and clear day with relatively low wind speeds. By the time we reach Tuesday, though, those winds picking all the way up to 40 kilometers per hour. We can see that in our map for Tuesday. A warm day expected there, very hot, especially around the Uppington region. It will remain partly cloudy over the southern coast, though. Towards the eastern coast, that rain remains. It's going to be a stormy beginning to your week. Indeed, if you are in the eastern regions, it will remain cool as well in KwaZulu-Natal. So maybe time for blankets, definitely time, though, to stay inside because it will be raining, especially throughout the afternoon time. Well, that's all the weather that I have for you for now. I'll be back, so stay tuned.
Now, thousands of people held night vigils in various places across the country ahead of Madiba's funeral today. In Durban, Cape Town and Kimberley, they made their final goodbyes. It was a night of song and dance for Durbanites in celebration of Mandela's life. Hundreds gathered at People's Park outside the Moses Mabhida Stadium to pay homage to the late icon. Many said they were grateful for the opportunities made possible through Tata Madiba's struggle. People were urged to continue to follow in his footsteps. The vigil at the Grand Parade in Cape Town took on the form of a memorial concert. Various artists, Cape Townians and tourists paid tribute to the former statesman. The City Hall is where Madiba gave his first speech as a free man in February 1990 after his release from prison. Several ANC regions in the Northern Cape also held vigils in honour of the former president. Those who attended say the ritual is important as it will help Mandela move on to the next life. The state funeral will be held for former President Nelson Mandela in Qunu in the Eastern Cape this morning. About 4,500 guests are expected to attend. People will be able to watch the funeral on television or on big screens at stadiums across the country. Various venues have been set aside, and the SABC will cross to some to see the events that are taking place. The minister in the presidency, Collins Shabane, says the funeral guests will have to be at the main marquee on the family farm by 7 a.m. A park and ride shuttle service for people accredited to attend the funeral has already started from the Walter Sisulu University campus. The funeral starts this morning at exactly 8 a.m. Close family members and a few invited guests will move to the burial site after the official ceremony. The burial ceremony will end at 2 o'clock this afternoon. After the state funeral is concluded, the Abu Tembu will receive the body to bury it according to royal protocol. Mandela will be buried next to his relatives at the family gravesite. Shabani says people should give the family enough space to bid farewell to Mandela. Now, let's cross over to Mthatha now just to have a look at these visuals. Our former President Thabo Mbeki has arrived at the Mthatha airport for Madiba's funeral, and he, of course, is part of a massive and Gail King, as well as Patrice Motsepe and his wife, Dr. Precious Malloy. Madiba's body arrived back in his home province yesterday afternoon. The military C-130 plane left Waterkloof Air Force Base at around about midday and landed at Mthatha Airport in the Eastern Cape.
The bulky Hercules touching down, its 4 powerful propellers whirling furiously. The son of Chief Mpakanyiswa and Nosekeni Mandela, home at last. Above, pregnant leaden skies, mindful it seemed of this grave occasion. Family on hand to carry him home. The strains of a military brass band pierced the silence. Soldiers marched in step, saluting the iconic elder statesman. Grief welds people together. Deep and unfettered grief binds them in an eternal embrace. Flanked by police outriders, the cavalcade began its long ride home. This modern-day Messiah, this Goliath and Colossus who strode the world stage, has returned to his ancestral home. From humble beginnings, dynasties are born, the planet shakes and shudders in its collective weeping. Criselda Lewis, SABC News.
Thousands of Mthatha residents came out to say goodbye to the region's most famous
just singing their hearts out, their lungs out rather, because they're celebrating uTata Madiba's life. And also kaloku uyayazi into yoba abakwazi ukuya phaa bayombeka bona ekhayeni labo lokugqibela. Therefore they chose to make sure that they celebrate his life. So we'll be bringing all those to you live from here at Qunu kula mahlathi lapha.
So give us a picture as to where you are standing right now. What is your location?
Well, we're inside the Nelson Mandela Museum, and as I referred to the flame next to me, and uTata Mandela bayibiza uba the legacy of the nation. uTata Mandela isibane sakhe esikhanya ngonaphakade kulapho sikhoyo ngokusiphuma sisiza kuwe no apha eGauteng. We also know that there are lots of outside broadcast units and many journalists, many media people chose to sleep here because they were concerned that they might not make it in time. It's an unprecedented broadcast indeed. Many of us do know, of course, that we might not live to see this kind of an event or even be able to cover this kind of an event. This museum in particular has lots of memorabilia that has to do with uTata Madiba, and people are allowed to come in here and write messages of condolence, or rather just celebrating his life, or whatever message you'd like to write to him or referring to him or his family. So that's where we're standing now, but we'll be moving around so that we showcase this area as much as we can as the proceedings continue.
All right, Yelisa, thank you very much for the update, standing inside that museum that overlooks the entire area where the funeral's taking place. Once again, let me talk you through exactly what is happening right now this morning, besides all of the procession that you're seeing on the screen at the same time with those live visuals. At 6 o'clock, there was a viewing of the body between 6 and 6:30 this morning by the invited guests and those that are attending the funeral. At 6:30 to 6:45, there is going to be a homily. Now, the family valedictory service is going to be given by Reverend Nyobole, so that is who is going to be presiding over it. At 6:45 until 7 o'clock is the draping of the casket once again. And then at 7 until 20 minutes past 7 this morning, placing of the casket on the gun carriage and then forming up the procession. So that's going to be happening in a very short while from now. At 7:30 exactly until 10 minutes before 8, the procession departs from the marquee. We then move on to part 2 of the marquee service. There'll be a musical item. The national anthem will be sung by combined choirs, and then the opening of the devotions. And this process takes from 8 o'clock until 10 minutes past 10. The opening devotion is by Bishop Dabula. He will be doing this. There'll be a children's recording thereafter of Rolihlahla Mandela. That'll be happening. And then the acknowledgement of the dignitaries. A family representative, of course, will then get up and speak as well. Chief Matanzima is speaking. A close friend, Mr. Ahmed Katrada, is expected to speak as well. And then again, another musical item. There will be a reading of the obituary. I'm not sure who will be reading the obituary. It's not stated here on the official program. Afterwards, there will be a tribute by the children and the grandchildren. Ms. Nandi Mandela will be doing that. Then there'll be a tribute by Prime Minister Hailemariam Desalegn, the AU chairperson, is going to be speaking. There'll be a tribute by President Joyce Banda, the SADC chairperson, and there'll be a tribute by Jakaya Kikwete, the Tanzanian president as well. The oration will then be given by our president, Jacob Zuma. There will be a sermon that will be given by Bishop Siwa. The choir will sing. There'll be announcements thereafter, and then the military ceremony will be done by the chaplain and the general of the SANDF, and then there'll be the movement to the gravesite with a military procession. And then there's an entire different program that happens at the gravesite, but I'll talk to you about that a little bit later on. But that's just to give you an idea of what to expect during the process today. I know that all South Africans want to be a part of it, so that's just to give you a preview. Zimkita Makmwane is in Umtata. This is where all of the dignitaries have been arriving at the airport. I know the airspace is about to be closed, so let's get an update from her. Zimkita, explain to us what's happening around you.
Good morning, Leanne, and welcome to Mthatha. We're coming to you from the Park and Ride facility. This is where the guests
that will be attending the funeral today are leaving their cars and getting into buses that are ferrying them to Qunu. Just to speak to us, to some of those people who came as early as 1 a.m. to make sure that they catch the bus, because the government has re-emphasized that by 7 o'clock everyone should be seated, because at 7:30 the doors will be closed. Let's just find out, sir. You've been here since this morning. Just talk us, the day for the funeral has really come. How do you feel as residents of South Africa?
Well, I think the arrangement is fine and everything else I think is going well, and I hope we will be having a very nice occasion.
I feel a somber mood amongst people that are here today. We saw them excited during the past week, but now I think reality is really sinking in. How do you feel personally that today he'll be put in his place of resting?
Yeah, I think everybody is happy, and we think we will be doing a very good job in sending him, giving him a welcome, a very good send-off.
What's your message to the Mandela family? Because they are at the heart of mourning. They are the chief mourners, as South Africans are also mourning.
Well, we are mourning with them. The whole family is with us. We are helping them with everything, and we wishing them well during their mourning, and we are just around, and everything is with us. We are here now to take the baton forward.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, sir. Well, and people are continuing to come to Walter Sisulu University, where they're catching the buses to go to Qunu. They will make sure that they will stick to time, because it's important that everyone gets there in time. Yesterday, we saw people around York Road so excited when they saw that vehicle carrying Mandeba's body. They were very excited. But during the night vigil, we saw a different mood, and we saw them being somber yet again. We saw them shedding some tears, because reality is sinking in. Even this morning, and the atmosphere is different. No one is singing any songs. People are wearing black and white, which is a sign of mourning. People are expressing a different mood, and when we're talking to them, there's some of them who are not even willing to talk to us, saying that they don't want to talk today. What they want to do is pray for the Madiba family and put Dada Madiba himself where he will be resting in peace. It's now back to you in Johannesburg.
Zimkita, thank you very much. I must say it's been a real roller coaster ride when it comes to the emotions that South Africa has been feeling. We talk about celebration and mourning, and that's exactly what we've seen. But today, I truly believe that South Africa has reached, I suppose one could say, the peak of our mourning as we lay our beloved father to rest this morning. We've been seeing some of the dignitaries arriving, and the list of dignitaries that have flown in for the funeral and the heads of state and government is quite unbelievable, actually, when one looks at it. Joyce Banda from Malawi, the president of Malawi, is in the country for this. Jakaya Kikwete, also from Tanzania, the president, but they're also going to be involved in all of the proceedings, as I said to you a little bit earlier. I beg your pardon. We've also got dignitaries from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They'll be coming up, the Prime Minister from that particular area. The Prime Minister of Ethiopia is going to be here. The Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis as well. The Vice President of Zambia will be here in South Africa. His Honour Dr. Guy Scott is in the country. The Vice President of Iran will be here. The Vice President of Nicaragua, the King of Lesotho, His Majesty King Letsie III, is going to be here in Qunu at this point. His Royal Highness Prince Charles of Wales, we saw him earlier. There he is on your screen right now. From the United Kingdom representing. He'll be leaving directly after the funeral. He arrived at around about 5 o'clock this morning. The former Prime Minister of Norway also here. These are earlier arrivals that we were seeing. Patrice Motsepe and his wife as well on the screen. The former Prime Minister of France, Alain Juppé, will be here in the country for that. The former President of Zambia, Mr. Kenneth Kaunda, also one of the guests. There's Oprah Winfrey arriving this morning. I think it was around about 17 minutes past 5 that these visuals were captured. So that's what you're seeing from our previous recordings. The former Vice President of Nigeria, Mr. Abubakar Atiku, is one of the guests. Foreign Minister from Malawi will be here. A Foreign Minister from Lesotho, from Tanzania, the Foreign Minister of Zambia, an eminent person from the USA, represented by the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Branson. We had the privilege of speaking to him yesterday as well. He was at the official ANC send-off at the Waterkloof Air Force Base. He, in fact, has been here the entire time. It's been wonderful watching him participating in all of the ceremonies. I think from the moment he heard of the passing of Tata, he caught the first plane out here and has been a part of our 10-day mourning and every single event. I'll go through the list as the broadcast gets underway of all of the dignitaries that are present here. But let's hear from you now. And let's put up some tweets and see exactly how South Africa has reacted to the passing and how they are feeling right now. All right, let's put those tweets on the screen now. SABC News Online is where you can get hold of us. This is what we're putting up on screen. Chifaro saying, may the burial be in peace for our peacemaker Tata, all the way from Venda. Thank you so much. I'm proud of South Africa and everyone who made it possible for this beautiful, respectable and honourable send-off to our Tata. Rest in peace. Mangoko writing to us. Nomatemba, the soils of Qunu from today become the richest soils in the universe. Isn't that beautiful? Nkosi Tata. Thank you so, so much. I love that. Mole Bocheng writing in, rest in peace, Father of the Nation. It's going to take another 100 years to have someone like you. Yeah? If that. I pledge to continue with humility and humanity for the betterment of life. Thank you, and Tata Rolihlahla Mandela. This is under Angela. Oh, the global icon, the family man, the legend is gone. I'm crying. Rest in peace, Tata Mandela. Your legacy will live on forever. All right. I'm just having a look at the big screen over there just to see the what's happening on the screens and reading your tweets there. So thank you very, very much. Let me continue to just go through the list of eminent persons that will be attending the funeral as we get our links up and more guests coming in. The former First Lady, Miss Maria Nyerere, will be here from Tanzania. We're also going to get somebody from another dignitary from Tanzania. Ethiopia, the State Minister is going to be here in the country for it. Ethiopia State Minister as well. The chairperson of the African Union Commission, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, of course, will be present there. And then finally, from the European Union as well, Mr. Roland van der Geer, also present at this. So that's the list of eminent dignitaries and VIPs, not to mention the guests. I do know that Richard Branson is also going to be present, as well as some other celebrities at this particular invited funeral. In the villages around Qunu, residents yesterday celebrated the news of Madiba's arrival back home. Today, they have set aside their day for mourning.
In these homes, people ready themselves for when the body passes. They had songs of love to sing. An SABC crew arrived unannounced and were given a warm, traditional welcome. An open door for everyone who stops by.
He taught us Ubuntu, because Ubuntu is one of our culture as black people. And then when we thought about his work that he has done for us, today we talk about freedom, of which I thought maybe because if it was not of him, we couldn't have such days like this.
Food being prepared to feed the steady string of visitors and family.
We don't mourn anything. We know that he has done his job. We said for him, we're doing the farewell, that he has gone to our ancestors, and make sure that when he is there now, he must make sure that he doesn't forget for us.
For these people, their only wish is now that Mandela has passed on, that they are not forgotten. There will be quietness and stillness as they say goodbye to the world's greatest icon. Janine Lee, SABC News, Qunu.
There we go. Look at the screen there. We've seen... I even got the sign language interpreter. I got so excited after that insert. We've just seen the arrival of Archbishop Desmond Tutu. I can see he's accompanied there by Trevor Manuel as well. So these are live visuals that are coming through. You know, you do remember yesterday there was great anguish among South Africans and the world, actually, when we heard the news that Archbishop Desmond Tutu would not be at the funeral. Well, things changed. There he is. Archbishop Emeritus Desmond Tutu has arrived in Umtata. These visuals are live, and we are glad to be bringing them to you. I'm sure you caught my reaction as well, live on air. I think that was my excitement that we were able to capture that for you. So there you have it, South Africa. The Arch has arrived in Umtata and will be attending the funeral. Now, the 6.5-metre statue of Nelson Mandela on Naval Hill in Bloemfontein continues to be a focal point for scores of mourners. Many have come to the statue to leave flowers and tributes to Madiba. Last night, people came here for a night vigil and a candle lighting ceremony as well.
Overlooking the city of Bloemfontein, the larger-than-life statue of Madiba, with the famous clenched fist, has been the rallying point for many who come to pay their last respects. And while Madiba made the last journey home to Qunu in the Eastern Cape, locals and visitors alike say they will return to the statue regularly to remember the man who inspired the world.
I'm happy to be here because it was my first time. So my father came here with us to show us these statues. I'm happy to see these statues today.
I've been seeing the statue like in a distance, but at least today I'm honored to touch him.
We are here to pay honor to our icon that has brought reconciliation and peace to South Africa and equal rights to all. We wish we could have been at the F&B Stadium, though.
The statue, which was erected a year ago during the ANC centenary celebrations in Bloemfontein, was a courtesy of a Bloemfontein entrepreneur who believed the best way to honor Madiba was to put up a statue that could be enjoyed by generations to come.
It makes me feel good. It makes me feel that generations to come will still be there. It makes me feel that I've left something for the generation. The people of the Free State, we can never forget about Madiba. It's always been our memory.
Apart from laying wreaths, those making their pilgrimage to Naval Hill have also been signing the Book of Condolences to leave messages for the Madiba family. For more than a week, people have been putting their emotions down on paper.
I'm happy that people came here to support the Mandela family. As he did, he worked hard and he fought for the world.
The book will be sent to the Mandela family. Zima Sambeu, SABC News, Bloemfontein.
South Africa's ambassador to Canada, Mbetisi Mdladlana, presided over a memorial service in Langa, Cape Town yesterday.
Gathered to honor Madiba, hosted by women's rights group Ilitha Labantu, and a reflection on the social ills in society.
You don't have to be elected to be a leader. Madiba, even though he stopped being a president in 1999, but Madiba was effectively the president of this country. What we're going to miss is just his presence. But Madiba is gone. It is us who are remaining now.
We must have a serious campaign that in the post-2014 agenda in education, from ECD level, from primary school level, our children must not accidentally hear who Nelson Mandela and all those other leaders were and the party that he belonged to. But it must be in the curriculum of our schools, comrades.
Mdladlana urged all South Africans to give expression to Madiba's rich legacy. Bulelani Philip, SABC News, Cape Town.
All right. Vuyo and Voko, who are there. They're in Qunu. They're going to be there for the entire process that will be taking place. But we, of course, will also be here in the Johannesburg studio just watching absolutely everything taking part. So at this point, let me cross over to Qunu so that we can get all of those official processions underway.
Well, a very good evening and a very warm welcome to Qunu. Right behind us are the hills, the rolling hills of Qunu, and the tent you are seeing there is where it's all going to happen. I'm not alone this morning. Like yesterday, I'm with Usis Notolo.
Enkosi kakhulu Vuyo, nami ndiyanibulisa nto zakuthi njengoko besithembisile sithi aba kwakhona namhlanje sizokuniphathela lenkonzo yokugqibela kabawo uNelson Mandela xa iza kube eyokubekwa kwikhaya lakhe lokugqibela. Lo ntente ke nibonileyo nokwakhiwa kwayo esabungqu phantsi ithatha okanye iginya umthamo wabantu abaqikelelwa kwi-4,000.
Well, the service is scheduled to start at 8 o'clock, as you would have heard. It's going to continue for a good 2 hours, after which the procession will then move to the burial site. We will be bringing you all the service, the funeral service, that is. But of course, as you know, we are not, or we won't be allowed to film the burial itself at the request of the family.
Ukanti ke nalapho kwindawo apho aza kubekwa kuyo ubawo uNelson Mandela abantu abavumelekileyo kuba mabasondele khona lusapho nje kuphela iza kuba inkonzo yabucala elungiselelwe amalungu osapho lwakwaMandela kuphela nezizalwane nezalamane.
Well, Snokolo, that day has indeed come. That moment. Well, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, he is arriving, or has just arrived, in fact, at the Umtata airport. There he is. With him is the minister in the presidency, Minister Trevor Manuel. They will be making their way to Qunu, here where we are. It should take them less than half an hour, but what?
Kodwa mhlawumbi ngenxa ye roadblocks ezikhoyo endleleni Vuyo mhlawumbi ingabathatha ixesha elide singayikhankanya nto zakuthi into kokuba ukusuka edolophini eMthatha nakweziphi indlela ohamba kuzo uzongena apha eQunu ukhuseleko luqilima ngeyona ndlela.
In fact, people have been advised to stay away from the road, the main road that is, which is the N2 between Umtata and East London. Well, not all the way, just between Umtata and Qunu. We do have people arriving as well for the funeral service. Those are the people making their way to the tent you saw earlier, where the funeral service will be held. It's going to take 2 hours, and those are the people who are going to get there. Of course, not all of them will be able to go to the burial site itself. Only a select few.
Ukanti ke nezithuthi zabantu Vuyo azivumelekanga ukuba zisondele kwelicala abantu kuba khona indawo apho bashiya khona izithuthi zabo zebafumane i-shuttles ezibathathayo zizokubabeka apha kwelikhaya likabawo uNelson Mandela.
In fact, there are park and ride facilities. There are the couple in Umtata and on the other side, the East London side, so that people don't have to. In other words, we don't have to have many cars on the road. So there are buses shuttling people from specific points to the funeral service.
Ukanti ke nabantu bayakhuthaza uqala kwayo ngalentsasa de ubawo uNelson Mandela ayokubekwa kwikhaya lakhe lokugqibela kuzo zonke ingingqi zempuma koloni zikhona ezindawo mhlawumbi Vuyo ngakhe usikhankanyele zona abakhona ozikhumbulayo.
azikho enikhumbulayo kodwa kumzuzwana nje sisimaxolo sizabe sikwazi ukubanika abaphulaphuli ababukeli uluhlu ilist yabo yazo zonke ezo public viewing facilities. We'll be bringing that. We'll be telling you about those in a short while. But inside the tent, imibhiyozo, people celebrating the life of Nelson Mandela. Many of the people you're seeing dressed in ANC colors. It would be the Women's League of the African National Congress, the party that Nelson Mandela spent most of his life working for. Now, according to, or from what we were told, in about 25 minutes' time, the doors of that marquee where those people are, where the funeral service will be held, the doors are going to be closed. In other words, anyone who is not inside by 7:30 will stay or will remain outside, and that is to make service to delay at all.
Njengoko sichuvuyo nto zakuthi urhulumente akahleki nanye kwesihlekisayo ufuna ukuqinisekisa into kokuba kuchancathwa kwixesha elisikelwe lo msebenzi kangangokuba abo bangekangeni ngaphakathi kwalentente izawuqhutywa kuyo lenkonzo ngecala emva kwesixhenxe mabalibale abazukuba nako ukungena ngaphakathi kuba ngelo xesha ngecala emva kwesixhenxe siza kuvalwa iingcango zalentente kuqhutywe inkonzo kaBawo Nelson Mandela. Bafuna into
They are going to form a guard of honor comprising of also of including the National Ceremonial Guard as well as the military band. You also have two 1,000 strong battalions that are going to line the road from Madiba's Qunu home, which you saw earlier, all the way to the tent where the funeral service will be held.
Njengokuba lisazi into kokuba lo mngcwabo kaBawo uNelson Mandela uqhutywa ngokwesiko laseburhulumenteni kungoko sibona amajoni enenxaxheba ayithabathayo kananjalo lo nkqubo yaseburhulumenteni idityaniswe nenkqubo yezithethe namasiko alapha ekhaya kwaBawo uNelson Mandela. Bazamile into kokubana zidityaniswe ezo ndlela zimbini ngaphandle kokuba kubekho enye engqubana nenye. Benze into kokubana ezi ndlela zimbini zingafaniyo noxa zingafani koko ziyondelelane ukunika inkonzo kaBawo uNelson Mandela isidima nesithozela.
Well, if you've just joined us, you're watching live visuals of people who are inside the tent. They are going to be part of the 4,500 or so people who are going to be inside that tent where the funeral service is going to be held. That funeral service is going to take approximately 2 hours, but only about between 450 and 500 of those 4,500 people will be able to make their way to the burial site.
Mawethu sikwiqonga losizi apha eQunu nalapho kuthotyelwa imiyalelo yokugqibela kabawo uNelson Mandela, umyolelo wokokuba xa sele elele ubuthongo bokufa athathwe azokubekwa apha ekhayeni lakhe eQunu emangcwabeni alungiselelwe amalungu osapho kwindawo apho sekulele khona nonyana wakhe. Kwenziwa loo nto ke namhlanje uhlonitshwa lo myolelo wakhe. Abemi ke boMzantsi Afrika bazamile ukumhlonipha ngendlela ubawo uNelson Mandela apha eMthatha kule ndawo esikuyo. Bekubanjwe umlindelo ubusuku bonke phezolo kwidyunivesithi yalapha ekhaya iWalter Sisulu, ukanti ngokunjalo nakwezinye iingingqi ibikhona imilindelo ebanjiweyo apho abantu bebezenzela ezabo inkonzo besithi indlela ntle kubawo uNelson Mandela.
Now, once all the people who are attending the funeral service are seated in that marquee, the South African National Defence Force will receive Madiba's coffin from his family. They will then drape it with the country's national flag, and one of the battalions will be deployed along the N2 between Umtata and East London as a static escort. So they will stand there and remain there. And then the bearers who draped Madiba's coffin will have draped Madiba's coffin with the national flag will then place it on the gun carriage. At that point, the marquee will then be closed, and because by then the Defence Force will have completed its street lining and all military role players will be in position. This will include the chief military mourner, who is General Soli Shoke, the chief of the Defence Force, as well as other members of other components such as the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and the military health services. All of them, including the pallbearers, who are the 8 Defence Force Major Generals or Rear Admirals.
Njengoko besikhe sakhankanya into kokuba zikhona indawo ezilungiselelweyo ngabaseburhulumenteni ezokuba abantu nabo bahambe bayokuyifumana khona le nkqubo yale nkonzo yokugqibela kabawo uNelson Mandela. Xa ngaba ke useKing Sabatha Dalindyebo ncama uye Rotary Stadium apho ngaseQunu Museum ikho indawo elungiselelweyo. Kanti uba ngaba usePort St John's, ePort St John's Sports Ground uzawukwazi ukuyibukela le nkqubo. eNgquza Hill iLusikisiki College Grounds, eMhlontlo uye eTsolo Junction, eNelson Mandela Metro, eNelson Mandela Stadium, eBuffalo City Metro yiya eSisadukashe Stadium, intsika yethu yiya kuTofimvaba Stadium, ukanti xa ukukomani yiya eQueenstown Sports Complex, eSenqu eLady Grey ekhwezina Lady Hall, eMakana Nikiyili Stadium, ukanti abasenqurha mabaye eHumansdorp, eBlue Crane eSomerset East Town Hall, eMatatiyela Stadium, eMzimvubu eMountain Wave Town Hall, abasemnquma mabaye eNqadu Great Place, ngelixa abasembhashe baye eDutywa Sports Ground.
Now, if you happen to be traveling, or you will be traveling any time soon, just bear in mind that at the N2 Tsolo Junction, traffic will be diverted to the R396 to Maclear. And in Umtata at the Shell Ultra City, which is where we were this morning, and there was a bit of a roadblock, traffic there is also diverted to the R61. And if you're traveling from East London to Umtata, near Butterworth on the N2 at Ndabagazi, traffic there is to be diverted to Tsomo onto the R61. In other words, let me say that again, near Butterworth on the N2 at Ndabagazi, traffic is to be diverted to Tsomo on the R61. And at Itutywa on the N2, traffic will be diverted to Engcobo on the R61. And then at Engcobo on the R61 at Coglan, a diversion will take place to a gravel road. So, and there'll be traffic delays, you are being warned, and the organizers are asking the public to be patient and understanding of these special circumstances.
Ziningakroneki ke into zakuthi kwabo bazakube besezindleleni niza kufumanisa into kokubana kwindlela eziza ngapha ngasemthatha ziza kuba khona ezivaliweyo zibe khona nezinye apho abantu bajikwayo bayokucelwa ukuba baphume ngezinye indlela. Niyacelwa ke into zakuthi into kokuba zeningakroneki imiphefumlo ninyamezele konke oko kwenzelwa ukuba lenkonzo kabawo uNelson Mandela ihambe ngesidima nisithozela.
My brother, I'm going to end up helping myself. Huh? Yeah. I don't worry. Oh, anyone? I didn't know. Okay. Hey, I don't know if this is long enough. I was asking for an XLR. This is from the SABC.
Ukanti ke into zakuthi ukunifaka emfuthweni ngendima ezakudlalwa ngamalungu omkhosi namhlanje kule nkonzo yomncwabo. Siphinde kwakhona samema uBrigadier General Xolani Mabanga ukuba makakhe eze namhlanje ke ngoku azokusichazela ukuba ndima yini Tata Mabanga ezakudlalwa ngumkhosi namhlanje njengokuba sikule nkonzo yokugqibela kaba uNelson Mandela. Ndiyakwamkela.
Enkosi ndizibusele nami. Umkhosi into abazothi bayenze namhlanje ukuthatha umzimba bawurephe i-national flag then bawulungiselele ukuthi bawuthathe ukususa endlini bawuse apho izoqhutshwa khona inkonzo yom
Where is she? Is she coming in here?
Good morning, everyone. We are all requested to take our seats. The protocol people would like all of us to take our seats so that they can see how everybody is positioned with a view to doing certain things. So we can continue singing seated. We should be starting on time at 8 o'clock, hopefully. So let us continue as we take our seats and the singing can continue. We will let you know as soon as the hearse comes in. Thank you.
mhlawumbi ke into zakuthi singakhumbuzana ukuba namhlanje sikule lali yaseQunu, ilali yasikelelwa yachuma ngenkokheli engqondo ekubanzi ukubona neliso elinzulu ukubona inkokheli ekwazi ukugoba iyezantsi eluthulini, inkokheli enokukhalipha ngokuyimela into eyifunayo nefunwa sisizwe, inkokheli ewaziyo umhlambi wayo, iimfuno zawo, iingxaki zawo, iintlungu zawo neenzima zawo, inkokheli abanesibindi sokuncekelela isizwe isikhupha kumgxobhozo wengcinezelo. Nto zakuthi ndithetha ngobawo uNelson Rholihlahla Mandela, iqala lomzabalazo wenkululeko esizokumbeka namhlanje kwikhaya lalo lokugqibela lomhlaba waseQunu.
Seeing Deputy President Colin Mutante, a man who also spent years and years on Robben Island where Madiba was also held. British monarch Prince Charles having a chat there to the chairperson of the African Union, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma. The list, of course, of dignitaries is quite a long one. Several heads of state and government are attending this funeral. We can mention among them Her Excellency Joyce Banda, the President of Malawi, President Kikwete of Tanzania, Dr. Denzel Douglas, the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, Dr. Guy Scott of Zambia, His Majesty King, let's say, the third of Lesotho, whom you saw a little earlier arriving at the airport. We do have Prince Charles, whom you've just seen from the United Kingdom. Former President of Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda, a friend of the ANC. Dr. Abubakar Atiku from Nigeria, the former Vice President who served during President Obasanjo. We also have some eminent persons like Reverend Jesse Jackson from the United States, whom you saw earlier. Some of you would have seen speaking on Morning Live. We also have former First Lady Mrs. Nyerere of Tanzania. We also have Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, whom you saw there chatting to Prince Charles. Several other people who will be taking, whose names we'll be mentioning, or as they appear, some of them will be able to identify for you. Now, the South African government is on record as having said they've really been overwhelmed and they appreciate the continued support that has been shown by the international community throughout this period. The love and respect that they have expressed and shown for Madiba has just been phenomenal.
Umbulelo ongazenzisiyo nalo kumazwe ehlabathi ngokunjalo nakubemi bomzantsi Afrika ngendlela ababasingathe ngayo ngelixesha bephansi kwelifu elimnyama.
Indeed, and the point that family has been making is that much as they knew that Tata was a global icon, that he affected so many lives across the globe, but what has been shown by South Africa and the world over the past 9 days or so has gone beyond even their wildest expectations. Yes, they knew that he was an icon. Yes, they knew that a lot of people held him in high regard. They admired him. They respected him. He was a role model for them. But the way they have expressed that out, the outpouring has just been beyond imagination. Well, if you've just joined us, you're watching a live broadcast. It's about 15 or so minutes before the official starting time of this program. The people you are seeing there are the people who will be attending the funeral, service, Katata, which is due to start at 8 o'clock. Earlier, you saw Cyril Ramaphosa, the deputy president of the ANC, saying, by the look of things, everything is going according to plan. They will be able to start on time at 8 o'clock, and that service is expected to go on for 2 hours. And at about 10 o'clock, the procession will then move out of that tent where they are right now to the burial site, which of course is going to be a restricted area. Only between 450 and 500 people will be there, special friends and members of the family.
andazi ke Tata Mabanga noba mhlawumbi kula mifanekiso sibona amalungu omkhosi ungakhe usichazele into yokokuba kuqhubeka ntoni ngoku sibona izithuthuthu kwenzeka ntoni ngoku
izithuthuthu zezinokena ngazo nathi zisikhali escorts just behind them then sibona national ceremonial guards procession Mandela sibona abantu bakhona imoto lendlela ngiyibekela ngayo ngathi
Isn't it supposed to explain
Até! fellow mourners, members of the family, leaders of all structures represented here this morning, leaders of the South African National Defence Force that has been playing a critical role throughout the week in us preparing for this day. As you see on the screen, the coffin is about to enter the venue. In a minute or two, we will ask all the mourners, except for members of the family, to rise, but not yet. As the coffin comes to join us, we will ask the choir to sing Lizalisi Dinga just in a minute. Lizalisi Dinga.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. May we be seated. Before I call on the national anthem, I just want to make a couple of remarks by way of opening this, our final opportunity to satisfy all formalities required by the agreed program of our first fully fledged state funeral. This morning, we cast our eye collectively back on an unprecedented week of outpouring of rivers of tears and emotion about the son of this humble community, the young man who left Mvezo 7 decades ago, grew into a mighty leader who was to lead, together with his generation of ANC leaders, our country out of bondage into the free South Africa we enjoy today. He leaves us with a new constitution, a set of laws, institutions, policies, a developing human rights ethos, a developing culture of transparency, mutual respect, and democracy. That's the testimony of the leadership of our leader who lies here today. I will now like the combined choirs to lead us in the national anthem. I now call upon Reverend V. Nyobole, who is the General Secretary of the Conference of the Methodist Church. The Methodist Church was the spiritual home of our late leader, Comrade Nelson Mandela. Fundisi.
Nkosi wabalikhaya kwesizukulwana ngesizukulwana zingekazalwa intaba ungekadala umhlaba wahlala wena unguThixo uyakuhlala unguThixo kude kube ngunaphakade. We sing together the hymn that nurtured Utata uMandela. This hymn was the favorite hymn of his mother. It's hymn 14 in the Methodist hymnal. Thixo akunangqaleko, Thixo akunangqibeko, ukho endaweni zonke, ukho ngamaxesha onke. The choir will lead us. Shall we be seated and let us pray? Eternal God, in your infinite love for women and men, you incarnated yourself in Christ and revealed your nature and your purpose to us. In your infinite love for poor and wealthy, you laid aside your glory and walked amongst us as one of us. In your infinite love for every race and tribe and nation, you brought a new world into being and taught us to live as citizens of God's reign. But you have not stopped incarnating yourself. You still reveal yourself and your reign of love and justice to all who will see and to all who open their hearts and lives to you. We praise and thank you, O God, for the people through whom you reveal yourself still, for those who give themselves to build a world based on the values of your reign, of love, justice, and reconciliation. Today, especially, we celebrate the little incarnation that was Nelson Mandela, who gave his life for the sake of justice and freedom, who lived the world-healing practices of forgiveness, inclusivity, compassion, and integrity. We praise and thank you, O God, for Tatu Nelson Mandela, for his faithfulness to your call, his example of justice, peace, and reconciliation, and his courage to endure suffering, rejection, and persecution for the sake of others. We offer this prayer in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. We listen to God as he speaks to us through the book, the Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 25. We read from verse 14 to verse 30. It's a parable of the talents. Again, it will be like a man going on a journey who called his servants and entrusted his property to them. To one he gave 5 talents of money, to another 2 talents, and to another 1 talent, even according to his ability. Then he went on his journey. The man who had received the 5 talents went at once and put his money to work and gained 5 more. So also the one with 2 talents gained 2 more. But the one who had received 1 talent went off, dug a hole in the ground, and hid his master's money. After a long time, the master of those servants returned and settled accounts with them. The man who received 5 talents brought the 5 and said, "Master, you entrusted me with 5 talents. See, I have gained 5 more." His master replied, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness." The man with the 2 talents also came. "Master," he said, "you entrusted me with 2 talents. See, I have gained 2 more." His master replied, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness." Then the man who had received the 1 talent, "Master," he said, "I knew that you are a hard man, harvesting where you have not sown and gathering where you have not scattered seed. So I was afraid and went out and hid your talent in the ground. See, here is what belongs to you." His master replied, "You wicked, lazy servant. So you knew that I harvest where I have not sown and gather where I have not scattered seed. Well then, you should have put my money on the deposit with the bankers, so that when I returned I would have received it back with interest. Take the talent from him and give it to the one who has the 10 talents. For everyone who has will be given more, and he will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what he has will be taken from him. And throw that worthless servant outside into the darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth." This is the word of God, and so thanks be to God. Amen.
No effort has been spared in trying to ensure that this funeral service reflects as much of what Tata was, what he associated himself with, what he loved, and what he would have liked to see this morning. As you know, already we have sung 2 songs that were sung at the birth of his organization, the African National Congress. We have sung the national anthem, we have sung Lizali Sidinga. Umfundisi waseweseli sesiphile ilizwi lokuvula lenkonzo ibaluleke kakhulu, ikakhulu kuba isenzeka kule ndawo yokuzalwa kwakhe utata. Ngoku sizawucela ukuba kudlalwe itape eneculo eliculwa ngabantwana. Utata siyamazi wayebathanda kangakanani abantwana. So we will now listen to the tape recorded by children who were so much part of his soul, especially in his last days when he could spend more time with them. Wongani.
Let's give the children a round of applause. Behind me, there are 95 candles that were lit early this morning around 5 o'clock. They represent the years of Madiba's life. This is an honor to him to remember the years he was on earth, and more especially the contribution that he made to our country. We are meant to be laying him to rest at 12 midday in terms of the traditions and practices in this part of our country in Qunu. A person of his stature is meant to be laid to rest when the sun is at its highest, when the shadow is at its shortest. So we will try to direct the program that we do finish in time to be out of here at the latest by 10:30, so that those who are proceeding to the burial site can do so. For the past 9 days, and this is the 10th day, many of us have been engaged with the memory of Madiba, what he has meant to us, what he has meant to our country, and what he has meant to the world. There's been outpouring love and affection to Madiba. There's been celebration. There's been mourning as well. But many of us have also had moments to reflect and to have some seconds of introspection. And in all this, many of us, and indeed many people around the world, have been remembering their own Madiba moments, the times that they either met him, the times they encountered him either visually or in other ways, and the times that they got to think about him. So each one of us, indeed millions of people around the world, have had their own Madiba moment. Today, we come to lay him to rest. And we lay to rest what President Zuma described as South Africa's greatest son. And I think all of us will agree that, indeed, today, the person who lies here is South Africa's greatest son. And would like to welcome all of you who are here and all who are watching these proceedings for being part of this process, and indeed for being part of Madiba's life. And amongst all of us who are paying homage to him is the President of the Republic of South Africa as the first citizen who is here, Mama Grasa, Machel, and the Mandela family. Mama Winnie Mandela is also here. And we also want to acknowledge Mam Khumalo, Mam Gema, and Mam Tuli, and the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Kgalema Motlanthe, the former President of the Republic of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki and Mrs. Mbeki, and the former Deputy President, Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, who is also here. And we also acknowledge the presence of cabinet ministers who are here, members of the National Executive Committee of the ruling party, the African National Congress, the traditional leaders who are also here, religious leaders are also here, the Chief Justice and members of the judiciary, the Speaker of Parliament and the Deputy Speaker, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the premiers, heads of the security forces in our country, the leaders of the opposition and other leaders of opposition parties, members of the Tripartite Alliance as part of the ruling party, the South African Communist Party, the Congress of South African Trade Unions, as well as the leaders of SANCO. We also recognize veterans of our struggle who are here, leaders of the trade union movement, President of COSATU's Dumo, who is here, and the leader of the SACP, late Zemande, and leaders of business. We also have amongst us people who have traveled far and afield from various parts of the world who have come to lay Madiba to rest. We've got His Majesty the King of Lesotho, King Lesia III. We've got His Excellency President Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the President of Tanzania. We've got Her Excellency the President Joyce Hilda Banda, the President of Malawi. We've got His Excellency the Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn, the President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. We've got the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, His Excellency Prime Minister Denzel Douglas. We've got the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. We've got His Royal Highness Prince Albert of Monaco. We've got His Royal Highness Prince Charles of the United Kingdom. And we've got also former heads of government and state who are here. His Excellency former President Kenneth Kaunda is also here. His Excellency former Vice President of Nigeria, Abubakar Atiku. We've got former Prime Ministers of France, Mr. Lionel Jospin, as well as His Excellency former Prime Minister Alain Juppé. From the Kingdom of Norway, we've got His Excellency former Prime Minister Jens Stoltenberg. And from Zimbabwe, we've got His Excellency former Prime Minister Morgan Tsvangirai. We've also got deputy heads of state and government. From Zambia, we've got His Excellency Vice President Dr. Guy Scott, who's here with us. And we've got a number of other heads of international organizations who we shall name in a little while. And without much ado, would now like to move on with our program and ask a representative of the family to come up to stage, Chief Ngangumhlaba Matanzima, to come and address us as the choir renders an item. Chief Ngangumhlaba Matanzima will come up to the podium.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu umphathi nkonzo nganga nentsibazayo usapho lwakowethu kwaMandela nezihlobo nezalamane. Namhlanje ndicinga uba sithetha okokugqibela phezu komzimba kaDalibunga. Siyakuthi ke sonke thina singamadoda akugqiba ubekwa edlakeni lakhe sikhahlele simbulise okugqibela ukuba singasoze siphinde simkhahlele. Siyakuyenza lonto emangcwabeni. uDalibunga into kamphakanyiswa kaMandela kaNgubengcuka kaNdaba uNdabenyamakazi kaZondwa kaTato kaMadiba kaHala into kaDlomo kaNxeko kaMgudi kaNtande kaToyi kaCeduma kaDunakazi into kaBhomoyi kaThembu ngumthembu obhuzubuzu uNontsendwane omaqathalikhulu ongemXhosa kodwa ngumthembu ethetha isiXhosa. uMandela ngunyana omkhulu waseXhibeni likaNgubengcuka, uNgubengcuka ikumkani enkulu yabaThembu. Kuba kwindlu enkulu ezele umthixaka waze kunene wazala umnqanqeni, ngokwendalo kaSomandla izindlu zasebukhosini inye kuzo inomsebenzi ongowayo ongenakwenziwa yenye indlu. Umsebenzi weqhiba kukuhlanganisa wakhe imvisiswano nomanyano phakathi kwezindlu ezimbini, indlu enkulu neyasekunene. Khangela ke umzila oshiywa nguDalibunga uthelekise nalendlu ndithi uphuma kuyo. Izinto ezithethiweyo ususela mhla wawa andingeziphindi kuba azukuthi uze zivakale zibe zizawuphindwa namhlanje. Kodwa ndiyafuna ukuthi egameni losapho nesizwe sonke sikaThembu seakwaba mongameli, abantu boMzantsi Afrika, umbutho we-ANC, isizwe sabaThembu nosapho lukaMandela bangathabatha umzekelo kwiintetho ezithethiweyo ezitolika amagalelo namasukandihlala kaDalibunga ukuze limanyane. Ndiyafuna mongameli ukuthi ndingekahlali phantsi into esiyibonileyo kwesa stadium saseRhawutini ngolwesibini ayingeziphinde ibekho ibonwe kweli lizwe. Lento siyibonileyo iwugalele amanzi amdaka umsebenzi owenziwe iminyaka uDalibunga. Into awayihlalela esiqithini iminyaka kwisithuba sama-30 engazi ba usapho lwakhe lulala lutye ntoni na, abantwana bakayise baphila njani, lonke usapho lukaMandela lukhangelwe ngubani na. Kuze kuthi emva kwezo zanzwili zobomi kulo manxeba asemphefumlweni angena kuthungwa ngaphandle bathungwe nguSomandla, kubekho abantu ngenxa yempumelelo yemizamo yakhe abathi bagxolote, bafekethe, badlale, bahlekise ngobuntu bethu phakathi kwezizwe ezingangoba bezingako. Ubunga umoya kaDalibunga ungalithunga elilizwe kulo manxeba. Ubunga umoya kaDalibunga ungezisa inguquko kubantu belilizwe. Baphume ebuchiveleni, baphume ekukhohliseni, baphume emaqhingeni, baphume enkohlakalweni, benze ubulungisa kuba bubulungisa kuphela. Bubulungisa kuphela obuya kuma emgwebeni kaSomandla ngomhla wokugqibela. Kungekho umuntu uyakusithela ngobuzwe bakhe. Koko umuntu uyakuziphendulela ngomsebenzi awenzileyo kweliphakathi. Phambi koba ndihlale phansi ndiyafuna ukulenza ilizwi lombulelo omkhulu egameni lolusapho lakowethu kwigqiza logqirha bonke abantu ebebehlalele ukugcina balolonge impilo kaMadiba. Ndinga uba ndinalo lo gunya mphathi nkqubo ndingathi kubo make bame ngenyawo sibabone. Yabulela. Yabulela. Sibulela ngokodwa mathola maduna kowethu. Bantwana bemazezi mabele made ase-Afrika. Ngokuthi ngemizuzu yokugqibela nisigcinele lenkonde niqinisekise ukuphila kwayo. Siyayazi uba ningosomandla kodwa okube kumele kwenziwe nini nikwenze kakuhle. Siyabulela. Yayazi kukhona usapho obeligcina umntwana enkosi lo ekhaya. Limcoca, limphekela, licoca indawo ahlala kuyo. Abo bantu siyabulela namhlanje kuba umsebenzi wabo bawenze ngempumelelo nemfezeko. Andingeyilibali ukubulela umbutho we-ANC awazimanya nawo esemtsha uMadiba ngendlela othe wamsingatha ngayo umntwana enkosi ngelixesha lokuphuka kwempilo yakhe kude kuzokufika kwelixesha lokuwa kwakhe side namhlanje sibe sihlangene apha. Siyabulela bantu bakowethu macala omabini, amadoda namankazana. Ndiyafuna ukulenza ilizwi lombulelo mongameli kuwe ngesiqu norhulumente omkhokeleyo ngenkonzo enisenzele yona kule ngangalala engatshonelwanga umalamba edlile ithole lomthembu. Nimgcinile kakuhle njengorhulumente ngamaxesha onke ekufuneka encediwe nosapho lwakhe. Kude kwalapha niwuzondelele lo msebenzi obekwe emagxeni enu ngumthetho weli lizwe. Siyabulela kakhulu urhulumente weRepublic. Ngeliphethayo andingehlali phansi ndingatshongo ukuthi usapho lwakwaMase eMaqwathini eNgcobo elathi lasinika intombi yalo uba izoba yinkosikazi yakowethu isendela kweliduna lakowethu. Siyalibulela kuba kwimihla yonke siselusizini luba nathi nanamhlanje oku lunathi. Lo ntombi yasishiya nabantwana ekukho phakathi kwabo intombi ekukuphela kwayo umakaziwe. Siyabulela kakhulu kolo sapho lakwaMase. Sibulela usapho lokwaMadikizela olwavumayo nenzwakazi iyalo uba izowukhonza kweli khaya lakuthi yaze loo nzwakazi yasizalela abantwana ekukho phakathi kwabo iintombi ezimbini. Siyabulela kakhulu kusapho lokwangutyana. Loo ntombi yalenza elayo igalelo ngexesha eyayikho ngalo phakathi komzi kaDlomo. Enkosi kakhulu ngutyana. Ndigqibele ubulela usapho lwakwaMashele ngokuvuma into yobana inkosikazi yalo izokhonza kweli khaya lakwaDlomo. Umama uGracia noSizwe Mandela, umsebenzi awenzileyo ngentsuku neminyaka yokugqibela kukaMadiba kuyathandabuzeka uba enye intombi ibiyawufikelela kwelo khabathiso. Enkosi kakhulu, siyabulela. Befundisi, uSomandla ukho unithumile. Inkwenkwe ebuya nemfuyo yonke imihla iphelele, uyise akayibuleli. Koko ngomhla ofanelekileyo inikwa ixabiso layo, kusaziwa into yobana kukho imfuyo epheleleyo nje, ityebile nje ngumsebenzi wayo. Naniko nithumileyo ngemihla yenu uya kunibulela emazulwini. Ndingalibazisanga mphathi nkonzo, ndiyafuna ukuthi uMadiba owakhe umsebenzi ebewuthunyelwe uba wenze phakathi kosapho lwakuthi wenze kakuhle kakhulu. Phakathi kosapho lwakhe, phakathi kosapho lwabathembu, kwisizwe sonke soMzantsi Afrika, thina lusapho lwakowabo siyazingca, siyazidla. Usithwalise intshinga, wasenza abantu ebantwini, wasenza abantu phakathi kwezinye izizwe. Namhlanje sithwelisa isithaba soloyiso ngenxa yemisebenzi yakhe. Phumla ngoxolo zonda zintshaba zingasoze zimenze nto. Phumla ngoxolo Madiba diba indonga zivaleke. Phumla ngoxolo sokhawulele, sobonana kwelizayo.
Siyabulela Babumatanzi. We proceed to acknowledge the presence of a number of other people amongst us. We've got other people who are heading delegations from other countries. The Vice President of the Senate of Haiti, Mr. Rich Andres, is here. His Excellency President Ahmed Mohamed Mahmoud of the Republic of Somalia is also here. Sir Isaac Vivian Richards, the High Commissioner, Dr. Carl Roberts of Antigua Barbados, the Minister of International Affairs, Mr. Jose Serrano from Ecuador, the Commonwealth of Dominica, High Commissioner Francine Barron, High Commissioner Perla Bedomo of Belize, Ambassador Veladares Molina of Guatemala, the UK, Guatemala, Ambassador Marajevic from Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Mr. Yasushi Naito from Japan is also here. He's advisor to the DG. And we've got some eminent persons who we would like to recognize as well. Her Excellency, former First Lady of Tanzania, Mrs. Nyerere, is here. And Mrs. Vicky Swai, who is a Chama Cha Mapinduzi cadre from Tanzania, is also here. We've got the Reverend Jesse Jackson from the United States, is here. We've got Jerry Adams, the leader of Sinn Féin from Northern Ireland. We've got Madiba's friend, Winfrey, Oprah Winfrey, who is also here. And we will continue acknowledging other people who are also present here. Madiba is going home, and his ideas will continue to inspire us. We're now going to call upon one of his longest living friends, Comrade Ahmed Kathrada, who lived with him for a number of years, both in prison and before they went to prison. Comrade Ahmed Kathrada was in jail with Comrade Madiba in Robben Island, and he says the person who plays him in the Mandela movie says that Ahmed Kathrada, as he's walking up the stage, served 26 years of a life sentence, and Madiba served 27 years. And he says he got a discount of 1 year. So here is a man who got a discount on a 20-year long prison sentence. He's going to tell us about Madiba and Madiba's life. Comrade Ahmed Kathrada, please come and address us.
Program Director, Mrs. Gracia Michelle, Mrs. Winnie Mandela, the entire Mandela family, our President Zuma, Deputy President Khalima, honorable dignitaries, former President Thabo Mbeki.
You may want to speak up a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Speak up a little bit.
Yeah. The last time I saw Madiba alive is when I visited him in hospital. I was filled with an overwhelming mixture of sadness, emotion, and pride. He tightly held my hand. It was profoundly heartbreaking, and it brought all emotions in me. And my mind automatically flashed back to the picture of the man under whom I grew up. How I wished I'd never had to confront what I saw. I first met him 67 years ago, and I recalled the tall, healthy, strong man, the boxer, the prisoner who easily wielded the pick and shovel when we couldn't do so, the prisoner who vigorously exercised every morning before we were unlocked. What I saw in hospital was a man helpless and reduced to a shadow of himself. And now the inevitable has happened. He has left us to join the A team of the ANC. The ANC in which he cut his political teeth, and the ANC for whose non-racial, non-sexist policy he sacrificed his whole life, and for which he was prepared to die. He has joined the A team of Chief Luthuli, Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo, Governor Mbeki, Raymond Mhlaba, Yusuf Dadu, Jack Simons, Moses Kutani, Bram Fisher, Monty Naika, J.B. Marks, Helen Joseph, Ruth First, Professor Matthews, Bayes Nodia, Joe Slovo, Lillian Ngoy, Masa Sulu, Michael Harmer. In addition to the ANC ACE team, Madiba also joins leaders and members of other organizations. outside the ANC. Helen Suzman, Steve Biko, Alan Payton, Robert Sobukwe, Sissy Gould, Benny Keys, Neville Alexander, Zep Mutuping, and many others. We are a country that has been blessed by many great and remarkable men and women, all of whom have played a critical role in the liberation of our country. We have been blessed by the contribution of the many different movements and formations, both inside and outside the country, who stood by us in the dark days of apartheid. We have been blessed by a struggle that actively involved the masses of the people in our country. We have been blessed by the ANC that under its collective leadership rose to the forefront in our struggle for freedom, proclaiming proudly, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. For all this and more, we are deeply grateful to Madiba. We are deeply grateful that today we live in a lively democracy. We are deeply grateful that dignity has been restored to all South Africans. We are deeply grateful that the lives of tens of thousands of people have and continue to be improving. We are deeply grateful for a constitution that encompasses all that is good in us, and a constitution and court that protects our hard-won freedom. We are deeply grateful to the Chapter 9 institutions which jealously guards our constitutional democracy. Finally, we are grateful to each and every one of us, whether we are black, white, colored, Indian, who can proudly call ourselves proudly South Africans. Mindful of our gains, we nevertheless know that we have a long road ahead. There's poverty, there's hunger, there's disease, education, many, many things that still are challenges that before us. Finally, Comrade President, I wish to address myself to Madiba, or to Mandela, as he and I called each other. He was not, I don't consider him to my friend. He was my elder brother. What do we say to you, Mandela, in these days, the last final moments together before you exit the public stage? Mandela, your abundant reserves of love, simplicity, honesty, service, humility, care, courage, foresight, patience, tolerance, equality, justice, continually served as a source of enormous strength to many millions of people in South Africa and the world. You symbolize today, Mandela, and always will, qualities of a collective leadership, reconciliation, unity, forgiveness, nation building, and a non-racial, non-sexist South Africa. In this spirit, you exemplified your life. It is up to the present generation and generations to come to take up the cudgels where you have left. It is up to them to face all the challenges that South Africa faces today, which I will not name. In all these challenges, we will be guided continuously by your wisdom and by our actions. Today, mingled with our grief, is the enormous pride that one of our own has, during his lifetime and now in your death, united the people of South Africa and the entire world on a scale never before experienced in history. Remarkably, in these few last days, the masses of our people from whatever walk of life have demonstrated how very connected they feel to you and how the story of your life is their story and how their story is yours. Mandela, you have captured this relationship beautifully on the occasion of the death of our father, Comrade Walter Sisulu. Quote, "We share the joy of the living and the pain. Together we shared ideas, forged common commitments. We walked side by side through the valley of death, nursing each other's bruises, holding each other up when our steps faltered. Together we savored the taste of freedom," unquote. To Mrs. Gracia, members of the Mandela family, our love and respect and support go out to you. And we wish there was a way that could ease your grief and pain. These last few months have been particularly hard, and we trust that in these ensuing weeks and months, you will be able to find the rest and peace you so much deserve. We mourn with you and wish you strength at this time of need. Mandela, we may be drowned in fear, in sorrow and grief. We must be proud and grateful that after the long walk paved with obstacles and suffering, we can salute you as a fighter for freedom in the end. Farewell, my dear brother, my mentor, my leader. With all the energy and determination of our command, we pledge to join the people of South Africa to perpetuate your ideals. When Walter died, I lost a father, and now I have lost a brother. My life is in a void, and I don't know who to turn to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga kumdala wethu, Comrade Kathy Katrada. We will now call upon the choir to lead us in the hymn Jerusalem Ikhaya Lam. Emva kwaloko, we will continue trying to manage time together, as we now have just a little over an hour to finish the program before we move to the last area we're going to visit this morning. So after Jerusalem Ikhaya Lam, we will ask a member of the family, we believe is Ndaba Mandela, to come forward to read the obituary. And we ask that the choir would lead us in humming, "God be with you till we meet again," when the obituary is being read. At present, Jerusalem Ikhaya Lam, 2 verses.
It is with deep sadness that the government and the world has learned of the passing of the father of South Africa's democracy, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. He passed on peacefully in the company of his family around 2000 hours and 50 minutes on the 5th of December 2013. The man who became one of the world's greatest icons was born in Mvezo, Transkei on 18 July 1918. Tunongaphi Nosekeni and Henry Gadla Mandela. His father was the key consular advisor to the Tembu Royal House. After his father's death in 1927, the young Rolihlahla became the ward of Chief Jongintaba Dalindyebo and the acting regent of the Tembu nation. It was at the Tembu Royal Homestead that his personality, values, and political views were shaped. There can be no doubt that the young man went on to bring about some of the most significant and remarkable changes in South African history and politics. It is through Mandela that the world cast its eyes on South Africa and took notice of the severe and organized repression of black South Africans. Yet it is also through Mandela that the world would learn the spirit of endurance, the triumph of forgiveness, and the beauty of reconciliation. Indeed, the story of Nelson Mandela is so much so the story of South Africa. When he was only 25 years old, Nelson Mandela joined the African National Congress. His political career would span decades more. As he himself said, "The struggle is my life." The young Mandela also qualified and practiced as a lawyer. Together with Oliver Tambo, he opened the first black legal practice in Johannesburg. Mandela married Evelyn Nomathamsanqa Mase in 1945. They were married for 14 years and had 4 children. Tembekile in 1946, Makaziwe in 1947, who died at 9 months, Makhatu in 1950, and Makaziwe in 1954. The couple divorced in 1958. He was instrumental in the formation of the radical ANC Youth League in the 1940s, which was determined to change the face of politics. Mandela was elected to the League's National Secretary in 1948 and President in 1952. Much of the years that followed saw Mandela deeply involved in activism, rallying for political change against the increasingly aggressive apartheid government. He was a key player in the ANC's campaign for the defiance of unjust laws in 1952 and the treason trial in 1961. During this time, he was incarcerated several times under the apartheid laws and banned from political activity. Realizing that the ANC needed to prepare for more intensive struggle, he became an instrumental force behind the formation of a new section of the liberation movement, Umkhonto Wesizwe, MK. As an armed nucleus with a view to preparing for an armed struggle, Mandela was commander-in-chief of MK. On 14 June 1958, Nelson and Winnie Madikizela were married at a local Bizana church. They had 2 children, Zanani in 1958 and Zinziswa in 1960. In April 1992, they were separated and finally divorced in 1996. He left the country in 1962 and traveled abroad to arrange guerrilla training for members of MK. On his return to South Africa, he was arrested for illegally exiting the country and incitement to strike. Mandela decided to represent himself in court. While on trial, Mandela was charged with sabotage in the Rivonia trial. This is his famous statement from the dock made in 1964. "I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve, but if needs be, it is an ideal I am prepared to die." In the same year, Mandela and the other accused were sentenced to life imprisonment in the Rivonia trial and sent to Robben Island near Cape Town. While in prison, Mandela rejected the offers made by his jailers to be released on condition that he renounce violence. "Prisoners cannot enter into contracts," he said. "Only free men can negotiate." He served a total of 27 years in prison for his conviction to fight apartheid and its injustices. Released on 11 February 1990, Mandela plunged wholeheartedly into his love's work, striving to attain the goals he and others had set out almost 4 decades earlier. In 1991, at the first national conference of the ANC held in South Africa after being banned for decades, Nelson Mandela was elected president of the ANC, while his lifelong friend and colleague Oliver Tambo became the organization's national chairperson. In a life that symbolizes the triumph of a human spirit, Nelson Mandela accepted the 1993 Nobel Peace Prize along with F.W. de Klerk. And on behalf of all South Africans who suffered and sacrificed so much to bring peace to our land, the era of apartheid formally came to an end on April 27, 1994, when Nelson Mandela voted for the first time in his life, along with his people. However, long before that date, it had become clear, even before the start of negotiations at the World Trade Center in Kempton Park, that the ANC was increasingly charting the future of South Africa. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela was inaugurated as president of a democratic South Africa on 10th May 1994. This world icon worked tirelessly, even after the achievement of democracy in South Africa, to continue improving lives. Even as he retired from politics, his attention shifted to social issues such as HIV and AIDS and the well-being of the nation's children. As a testimony to his sharp political intellect, wisdom, and unrelenting commitment to make the world a better place, Mandela formed a prestigious group called the Elders, and an independent group of eminent global leaders who offer their collective influence and experience to support peace building, help address major causes of human suffering, and promote the shared interest of humanity. Mr. Mandela is survived by his wife Grasa, 3 daughters, 18 grandchildren, and 12 great-grandchildren. Sithi Dalibong.
Thank you very much, Ndaba. We now call upon Nandi Mandela to pay a tribute representing the children and grandchildren of Madiba.
The Honorable President Jacob Zuma, the royalty present here today, heads of state and diplomatic corps, religious leaders, distinguished guests, program director, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here today and I am humbled to be the one representing all of Tatomkhulu's children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Tatomkhulu means grandfather. And like all South Africans, and many people around the world, we are proud of his achievements and we want to make him proud. Tatomkhulu was a true leader who led by example. He was a true servant of the people. His mission in life was to make the lives of the underprivileged better. Like everyone who has been touched by Tatomkhulu, we have learned some valuable lessons from him, and I would like to share some of those lessons. He truly cared for his family and children. He shared what we had as best as possible with all those that he loved. He provided for his family, which included members of his extended family. He took it upon himself to make sure that all of them had a good education. For many years in Qunu, during his presidency, and after he stepped down, he made sure that the children of Qunu had a beautiful Christmas. They came in thousands to his home, and he made sure each one of those children received a gift and a meal. And the numbers grew, and it became almost impossible for him to cater from his own pocket. Businesses around Umtata and the Eastern Cape contributed food and gifts. His own gesture of kindness made all those around him want to also do good. That's the lesson he has taught us. We also want to do good because we have seen him leading by example and doing good. He commanded respect. When Chris Hani was assassinated in April of 1993, the country was on a knife's edge and could have easily slid into a civil war. He pleaded with the country, black and white, to remain calm, and the people listened because they respected him. He was truly humble and remained accountable throughout his life. This made it possible for him to make other people accountable. During his presidency, Mr. Louis Late took him to court. There was no need for him to do this or subject himself to this, but he was prepared to be subjected to the rule of law. This provided us with two lessons, a lesson in humility and a lesson in accountability. People always talk about his achievement and his serious side. Tatomkhulu was a lot of fun to be around, and he was a great storyteller. He had a great sense of humor. During the past year, we truly missed hearing his voice. At dinner, he liked telling stories about his childhood, and he preferred the one where he would poke fun at himself. One of his favorite stories was of him chasing a piece of chicken with a fork at a dinner table with a family of a girl that he wanted as his girlfriend. He would say, and you've heard this story many a times, "Gee whiz, man, every time I stabbed the chicken, it jumped, and I was sweating and embarrassed because I wanted to impress this young girl." He laughed heartily as he reminisced about his youthful days. Another side of Tatomkhulu that most people do not know about is his mischief. One story comes to mind. We were in Maputo for Gracina's wedding. We were sitting at a patio waiting for lunch to be served. In came a young lady, one of Josina's friends, with a mischievous smile and a twinkle in his eyes. Referring to Ndaba, he asked, "So, young lady, what do you think of my grandson?" "Don't you think he is handsome?" She replied, "No, Papa, I think he's too young for me." He retorted, "In the African tradition, a man can never be seen as younger than a woman." He was also a very strict grandfather. He made my younger cousins, Mbuso and Ndaba, pick up clothes after they've finished preparing for school or for bed. He was a disciplinarian who prepared us to be better people in our lives, with or without him. Tatomkhulu cared immensely for the less privileged. He was driven by common decency. He set up the Children's Foundation so that his legacy of caring for the future of our country can continue. He encouraged captains of industry to build schools and clinics throughout rural areas of South Africa. He recognized, he embraced, he celebrated humanity in every single person that he encountered. At a formal dinner hosted by businesses, he stunned his hosts when he requested to greet the staff who prepared the food for the banquet. Everything had to stop. He was escorted to the kitchen and he shook the hands of all staff members. That's the humility of a man that we see lying in front of us. One of the greatest lessons is the story of his own life, a story of resilience. Besides his political career, which does not need to be retold, here lies a world-renowned leader, a son of Africa, who grew up from these rolling hills and the rural areas of Umvezo and later Qunu. He went to school barefoot, and yet he rose to the highest office of the land. He became the President of South Africa and the greatest statesman in the world. This is a message he communicated all the time. It does not matter what your background is or your circumstances. It is within each of us to achieve anything we want in life. These are just of the many stories we have learned from him as a head of our family and as a leader. We shall miss you, Tatomkhulu. We shall miss your stern voice when you were not pleased with our behavior. We shall miss your voice as you told us stories of your childhood. We shall miss your laughter. We'll carry lessons you taught us throughout our lives as we make you proud. As South Africans, we must stop pointing fingers, but rather we must live by example as you did and do something positive for South Africa. Your love for children was immeasurable. We love you, Tatomkhulu. Dlomo Madiba yemyem, ngolomsila, zondwa zinjaba zingazumenza nto. Wena kagadla, kanxeko, kahlango, kadlomo, kahala, kamadiba, katato, kazondwa, kandaba, kangubengcuka. Ugqatso ulufezile. Ulale ngoxolo mthembo omhle. Usibulisele kokhokho namathongo elikhaya. Siyabulela. Thank you.
Siyabulela mzukulwana kaMadiba. Naye apha khoyo uncumile. Siyathemba uba uyavuya xa ekubona ukwazi ukuma phambi kwabantu uthethe ngoluhlobo uthethe ngalo. Sithemba uba uyazidla ngawe. By the end of the 50s, it had become very clear to Madiba and his generation that the regime was, instead of relenting, getting worse in its repression of our people. It was at that point that around 59-60, Madiba traveled out of the country and started to be in touch with other leaders in the continent to try and prepare for the ANC to get into the next phase of the struggle. One of the countries where he stopped was Ethiopia. In fact, it was in that time in the history of the continent that the leaders of Africa were themselves at a point where they were moving into forming an organization to ensure the unity of Africans in fighting for the liberation of our people, the people of Africa. And Madiba made a very important stop in what has since become the home of African unity, Ethiopia. And it is my great honor to call upon Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn, who is the AU chairperson at this point in time. Prime Minister Haile Mariam, welcome to the podium to address the community of Madiba. Welcome.
Your Excellency, President Jacob Zuma, dear members of the Mandela family, dear comrades, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at the outset express how humbled I feel to be given the opportunity to be present here amongst you to pay tribute to one of Africa's greatest sons and an iconic figure of exceptional contribution to humanity, Nelson Mandela. It is altogether fitting that the entire world pays tribute and bid farewell to this iconic leader and champion of the ideals of justice and liberty. This moment is even more poignant for Africa, the cause of which this great man's journey so typically symbolizes. In Ethiopia, Madiba has a special place in our heart since he began the struggle, and he stayed for a short moment amongst us. Indeed, Madiba's life has been a record of all the trials and tribulations the entire continent has to endure in the hands of ruthless colonizers and inhuman masters. His was a life of struggle in the face of unparalleled odds, a life of suffering in the hands of malicious perpetrators of injustice, and a life of perseverance in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenge. To that extent, Madiba's life was the mirror image of the continent for the liberation of which he so relentlessly fought. Africa, indeed, indebted for that. But in a larger sense, his life also was a life of the very party that created and shaped him, and one that Madiba's struggle went to sustain, and whose unparalleled dedication to the cause of the liberation of Africa will be remembered by posterity, the ANC. As a true leader and authentic personification of the African National Congress, Mandela's life also represented what was promising about the continent's future. That if we fight injustice tooth and nail, that if we persevere in the face of atrocities, that if we remain committed to the ideals of justice, liberation, and above all, the sanctity of human dignity, we can ultimately prevail over the evil, no matter how the odds decked against us. And for good measure, Mandela went out of his way to preach the message of a spirit of endurance, forgiveness, preferring as he did to chart a new course for his people's future based on mutual respect and equality, justice and reconciliation, unifying than dividing. Humanity was indeed, is, better off because it had the good fortune of having the likes of Mandela as its torchbearers in the moment of utter darkness, source of inspiration in the moment of hopelessness, and source of wisdom in the midst of mediocrity. What we are doing today is not so much mourning the passing away of an icon, however big the loss, as the celebration of humanity at its finest. As we bid farewell to this great man, we should find consolation in the knowledge that his legacy shall live on for eternity. We should also all count ourselves lucky to have had the opportunity to draw a lesson or two from the life of this towering figure. Mandela was a man of exceptional integrity par excellence. As we celebrate his exceptional life today, it is incumbent upon us to once again dedicate ourselves to very ideals this great man stood for: justice, equality, freedom, and unity in diversity, and of course, the renaissance of Mama Africa, We salute you, Mandela. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We will now have a musical item. The music director will lead on the musical item.
I pray you'll be our eyes and watch us where we go and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our prayer when we lose our way. Lead us to a place, guide us with your grace to a place where we'll be safe.
To die.
I pray we'll find your light
Nel cuore resterà
and hold it in our heart.
Ricordaci che
When stars go out each night,
l'eterna stella sei nella mia preghiera.
this be our prayer.
Quanta fede c'è. Lead us to a place.
Guide us with your grace.
Give us faith so we'll be safe. Sognano un mondo senza più violenza, un mondo di giustizia e di speranza. Sognano di una regina, simbolo di pace, di fraternità. La forza che ci dai.
We ask that life be kind.
E il desiderio che
just from above.
ognuno trovi amor.
Ask which soul to find.
Incontro te tua sé. Let this be our prayer.
Let this be our prayer.
Quanto like a child needs to find a place. Guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be safe. E la fede che hai acceso noi. Sento che ci salverà.
you very much for that beautiful rendition. We would now like to call upon President Joyce Banda, who is the SADC chairperson. Mama Joyce Banda.
Your Excellency, President Jacob Zuma, President of the Republic of South Africa, Mama Graça Machel, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, Your Royal Highness Prince Charles, Your Royal Highness Prince Albert of Monaco, Your Royal Highness King of Lesotho, the Mandela family, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the clergy, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with a deep sense of humility that I accepted to come and be part of this event today. I stand before you to join you, the people of South Africa and the world, to mourn the loss of a great leader, former President Nelson Mandela. I join you, the people of this rainbow nation, to celebrate a life of one of Africa's unique leaders who gallantly fought for freedom and peace for this great country and the world. The first time I was privileged to meet President Mandela was during his visit to Malawi after his release from prison, when he came to meet President Kamuzu Banda. I was amazed with his humility and the great sense of leadership around him. And in 1996, I was further privileged to be invited to visit Robben Island together with a team of Malawians. After the tour of Robben Island, I was greatly touched by the life and story of Tata Mandela. And since then, I sought to know and understand this great son of Africa. I read and read about anything I could lay my hands on about him. In 1997, I met Tata Mandela at a conference for smart partnership at Kasane in Botswana. I was inspired by this great leader who was focused, calm, and collected. A few years later, I had an opportunity to visit Tata Mandela and Mama Graça Machel at their home in Johannesburg. We had a very moving conversation. I was deeply touched by his spirit of forgiveness, his passion to put people first, and courage. These attributes have greatly influenced my life. Allow me to share that moment because it is important. I walked into that house and Mama Graça was standing facing me, and I thought he was taking me to a room where then after that he was going to go and collect Madiba. I walked into the room not knowing that he was already sitting there. And when I turned and saw him, my first reaction was to run out. And as I was running out, the picture that I have that has been showing in Malawi this past week is Mama Graça pulling me back towards him. At that moment, I did not know that I was to become President of the Republic of Malawi a few months down the line. At the moment I became President of Malawi, I had been isolated, humiliated, called names, an assassination attempt on my life. I found myself in a situation where I had to work with those same people that had prevented me from becoming president of my country. I had to forgive, but I had to forgive without any effort because my Madiba had prepared me. Tata's courage, determination, love, and passion for his people inspired me on my journey to becoming the first woman president of this region. I learned that leadership is about falling in love with the people that you serve and the people falling in love with you. It is about serving the people with selflessness, with sacrifice, and with the need to put the common good ahead of personal interest. I am saying all this because the day after Madiba passed away, the BBC called Malawi to interview me. And they said a lot of African leaders are talking about the lessons that you ought to learn from Madiba. But are you practicing them? Are you doing it? And I said, yes, come and see. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you on behalf of our region, our family, our SADC, to extend a collective hand of comfort to the Mandela family, the government of the Republic of South Africa, the African National Congress, and to all South Africans on this irreplaceable loss of one of its true sons, Tata Madiba. The passing of our President Mandela is not only a loss to South Africa, but also to the SADC region, and indeed to the world. As we celebrate the life of this icon, it is also time to take stock of the things that Tata Madiba taught us during his time. I know that much has already been said, but Tata, by those whose lives have been touched and inspired by his work, I need to add a few words. The SADC region will remember him for his wisdom and statesmanship, his humility and sense of humor, and his servant leadership style. Tata Madiba believed that all people are created equal before God. The way he conducted himself, he saw no boundaries in this region, between and among the countries where we live. He championed the freedom of not only South Africans, but all of us Africans. Tata Madiba taught us that even when the challenges of life seem insurmountable, with courage and determination, we can overcome the evils of our societies. The struggle Tata Madiba led against the apartheid system was not just a struggle against racial inequality, but a struggle against all forms of oppression against humanity, a struggle for democracy and human dignity. It was the struggle for the emancipation of the youth. It was the struggle for the social security of children. It was a struggle for the participation of women in politics, in commerce, and in high office. It was a struggle to overcome poverty. And yes, it was a struggle for Africa's freedom. We in the SADC region will remember Tata as a great reformer who championed the cause of humanity, deepened democracy, and dedicated his life to selfless service. A man who worked tirelessly to promote national, regional, and world peace. We in the SADC region, whilst mourning his death, we also see this as an opportunity to celebrate the life of a great statesman, an icon from our own region. The life of Tata Mandela will continue to inspire those of us left behind to promote peace and security, deepen regional integration, and work to support one another, as it was during the fight against apartheid. We will strive to emulate President Mandela's stature and spirit so that his legacy can live on. The ideals of political, social, and economic emancipation that he stood for will inspire us forever as a region. In conclusion, I believe I'm speaking for many within the region. Tata's words are still echoing in our minds. His call to get millions of young people in the region decent jobs. His call to get millions of our women and men out of poverty, deprivation, and underdevelopment. His call to get food for the hungry, to eradicate preventable diseases, to let people find their voice and restore their dignity. These words will inspire SADC long after Tata Madiba is gone. Our dear father and compatriot Tata Nelson Mandela fought a good fight, and he finished the race well. As an African woman and leader, I wish to acknowledge Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela for her efforts and steadfastness for standing with Tata Mandela before and during Tata's imprisonment and for being in the forefront of ANC's struggle for liberation. And to you, Mama Graça Machel, I wish to thank you for your visible love and care for our Madiba during the last days of his life. Women across Africa have told me these past 10 days that they are very, very proud of you and will forever be grateful for what you have taught us as African women. Allow me to talk to both of you, Mama Mandela and Mama Graça, that the love and tolerance you have demonstrated before the whole world during the funeral has shown us that you are prepared to continue with our Madiba's ideals. I wish to thank President Zuma for leading the nation to mourn our president like the hero that he is. As SADC, we feel very proud. You have done your level best. This was not a wedding, this is a funeral. And you made every effort to make sure that we bury our father with dignity. In the same spirit, I wish to therefore appeal to you, President Zuma, and under your leadership, all South Africans, to make this appeal that you remain united and continue to be a rainbow nation. For this is what Tata Madiba cherished. It is our hope and prayer that South Africa will remain a country of all people, regardless of race, color, religion, and tribe. SADC will stand with you and by you and look forward to a continued engagement in our joint efforts to deepen our democracy and regional integration. It is up to us as leaders, as citizens, as a continent to continue from where Tata Madiba has left so that his legacy lives on, so that he can be remembered for what he stood for, and that we should not allow what he fought for and worked for to die and to go with him. May his soul rest in everlasting peace.
Thank you. We would like to thank Her Excellency President Banda of Malawi. Yes, Malawi. As we celebrate Madiba's life, we also remember important concepts that Madiba taught us: tolerance and forgiveness. Now, one of the things, the running joke amongst the ANC officials, as we meet often, is to say to the president and the deputy president, President, you don't say Malawi. Deputy President, you don't say Boas. Now, today, President Banda has freed everyone to say Malawi with great ease. And President, you can now say Malawi with the greatest of ease. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Sithanda ukwamukela ezinye inkokheli ezikhona phakathi kwethu. Ikumkani yabathembu azwe libanzi. Ikumkani yamaXhosa azwe lonke sigawu. Ikumkani yamampondo asenyandeni Ndovuyezwe Ndamasi. Ikumkanikazi yamampondo nomaswati. Ikumkani yabathembu baseGote Dalimvula Matanzima. We also would like to welcome Umam Thobeka Madiba, who's also amongst us. We now proceed, as we are galloping and trying to gain more time, to welcome to the podium President Jakaya Kikwete, the President of Tanzania. As you all will remember, our movement had a home in Tanzania during the tough and dark days of our struggle. Tanzania is one of those countries among the frontline states that offered sanctuary to our movement and to our leaders. And President Nyerere, as we all know, was the leading African leader who championed the liberation of various countries on the continent. And countries like Tanzania and many others sacrificed a great deal, almost stopped their own development to ensure the total freedom of all other countries that were still struggling against colonial rule. Tanzania stands amongst those countries that we hold in highest regard, and it is for that reason that we ask President Kikwete to come forward and pay his condolences to President Nelson Mandela.
Your Excellency Jacob Zuma, President of the Republic of South Africa, Deputy President Halima Motlanthe, Mama Glasa, Michelle, Mama Winnie, members of the Madiba family, Your Majesty, King of Lesotho, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and of Ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and representatives of international organizations, fellow mourners, comrades, and friends. I bring with me fraternal greetings, as well as greetings of solidarity from your brothers and sisters of the United Republic of Tanzania. they've asked me to convey to you our deepest condolences to you, Mr. President, to the Madiba family, and to all the people of South Africa on the passing of His Excellency Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, the first black president of the new South Africa and the former president of the African National Congress. The people of Tanzania would like you to know that you are not alone. They are with you during this difficult period of mourning, and they will be with you thereafter. They are saying your grief is our grief, your loss is our loss. Nelson Mandela was our leader, our hero, our icon, and our father, as much as he was yours. The people of Tanzania have lost a great friend. The people of Tanzania have lost a great comrade in arms. Comrades, President Mandela had a long association with Tanzania. It dates back to the times of the struggle for independence and liberation here in South Africa and in Tanzania. Our two sister parties, the ANC and TANU, the Tanganyika African National Union, later Chama cha Mapinduzi, enjoyed special relations with each other. We supported each other at a time of need. It was no accident, therefore, that after the ANC decided to take the struggle to the next level and formed the armed wing Umkhonto weSizwe, after peaceful means seemed to be futile, Dar es Salaam was Madiba's first port of call in January 1962. He left South Africa secretly through Bechuana land at that time, northern Rhodesia, into Tanganyika through the town of Mbeya. And then from there, arrangements were made for him to come to Dar es Salaam. His mission was to seek support for the armed struggle and a place to train the MK combatants. Comrades and friends, he met our first president, now late, Julius Kambarage Nyerere. And I'm humbled to say that I have also come with me his widow, Mama Maria Nyerere, is here with us. Indeed, this visit of Madiba was later to become a landmark event which had the profound effect in changing the course of history of this great nation, culminating in the fall of apartheid in 1994 and the birth of the new South Africa. Though at first President Nyerere had some reservations or hesitations in his discussions with Madiba about when and how to initiate the armed struggle, he accepted Madiba's request and provided members of the MK both permission to live in Tanzania and places to train. I'm sure the ANC and MK veterans gathered here, to them, names like Kongwa, Mgagao, Morogoro, Mazimbu, and Ndakawa sound familiar. And when we mention them, they may even rekindle the nostalgic memories of the life they lived in Tanzania, sharpening their tools and skills of defeating apartheid. But President Nyerere went further. Beyond availing places to live and to train, he offered Tanzania's own moral and material support. Meager as it was, but it was very symbolic to us. But also Mwalimu was instrumental in mobilizing regional and international support for training and arming the combatants. Indeed, this applied to all other liberation movements: the PAC, MPLA, SWAPO, ZANU, ZAPU, and FRELIMO. Besides that, Tanzania was generous enough to give cadres of the liberation movement travel documents. Passports and all that what is needed. And when necessary, some of them assumed Tanzanian names. When Madiba came to Tanzania, he had no passport. But from Tanzania, he was going to Lagos, to Accra, then Lagos, and Addis Ababa. He was given a Tanzanian travel document. It facilitated his movement. And I know a number of you use Tanzanian travel documents. I don't know if Tabo returned his. Comrades and friends, Madiba's trip to Dar es Salaam was to change the fortunes of the ANC after being banned by the apartheid regime here in South Africa. The ANC found a new home in Tanzania, from where it operated, organized, spearheaded, and prosecuted the struggle. From Tanzania, the ANC was able to reach its cadres and other members who remained and operated from inside South Africa through discreet means of communication. From Tanzania, the ANC was able to have messages reach the broad masses of the people of South Africa through publications, Sechaba, and dedicated radio broadcast. Radio freedom broadcasted from Dar es Salaam. As a matter of fact, the government of Tanzania had built a special radio station for the liberation movements. The ANC was able to get back the voice that was denied to them by the apartheid regime. Comrades and friends, there is another interesting thing about Madiba's first visit to Tanzania in 1962, which I would like to share with you. In order to keep the visit discreet, he did not stay in hotels. He stayed at a home of TANU's treasurer, who was then the Minister for Commerce and Industries, Mr. Santarabi Zephaniah Seroswai, who is now late. On his departure, on his onward trip to Accra, Lagos, Addis, and Algiers, he left behind his boots, at Mr. Swai's home in the hope that on his way back, he would pick up the boots. Unfortunately, he could not pass through Dar es Salaam again, and shortly after arriving back in South Africa, he was arrested and imprisoned and spent the 27 years in Robben Island. But fortunately, the Swai family kept the boots, awaiting his return. In 1995, when Mandela was president, the pair of boots were handed back to him. By Mrs. Vicky Silo Swai, the widow of the late Silo Swai, who died in 1994, shortly before Madiba became president. I have brought Mama Vicky and Silo Swai with me to bid farewell to their special guests and friend. Comrades, after his release from prison and after visiting Lusaka for the meetings of the National Executive Committee of the ANC, Madiba came to Dar es Salaam. It was not again by accident. He was met by the largest crowd Tanzania has ever seen receiving a foreign dignitary. And that record has never been broken. But mind you, it rained heavily that day. As chiefs, when a chiefs come, it always rains. That's the belief in our part of the world. But people never left their positions. They thronged the airport, lined the streets of Dar es Salaam, braving the rain to see their hero, their icon, their leader, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Indeed, Mandela's charisma is unmatched in modern times. Of course, he visited the facilities of ANC, Morogoro, Iringa, and spent the night with the combatants of MK at Mgagao, their training base. Comrades and friends, I've narrated all these stories and anecdotes to let you, the people of South Africa, know how far back the current excellent relations between our two friendly countries and between the ANC and Chama Mapinduzi have come from. It is not by accident that South Africa and Tanzania enjoy excellent bilateral relations. We are close friends and allies because our common history unites us. We see eye to eye on many bilateral, regional, and international issues. We support each other at regional and international fora. Comrades, it is none other than our founding father, First President Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, and the founding father of the new South Africa, President Nelson Mandela, who were responsible for this friendship and cooperation. They built very strong foundations for our bilateral relations. That is why I said at the beginning that Madiba is very much our leader, our hero, our icon, and our father as he is to you. That is why your sadness, grief, and sorrow are ours as well. That is why we also join you in celebrating the life of this great man. Comrades and friends, as we mourn the death of this great man, let us recommit ourselves to continue to strengthen the excellent relations which are so happy to exist between South Africa and Tanzania. Let us also continue to work closely together at regional and international fora to advance his ideals for a strong SADC, a vitalized African Union, and an effective United Nations bold enough to fight injustice, to fight for equality of all nations and all peoples. And let us fulfill his wish to see developing nations working together in unity and solidarity in pursuit of their rights and in their quest to lift themselves from poverty and prosperity. And you, my brothers and sisters of South Africa, Madiba has lived his life well. You should live his legacy. He has left behind a vibrant democracy. He left behind a new nation where black and white South Africans live together harmoniously. A nation where nobody is denied his or her basic rights because of the color of his skin. A nation where blacks can also prosper, unlike in the past when they were condemned to live in squalor, deprivation, and as third-class citizens in their own country. We know not all that he stood for has been achieved yet. It is foolhardy also to assume that all the ills of the former apartheid system will be corrected in these 19 years. Nonetheless, a lot has been achieved, although much more has to be done. The ANC government is doing it. Please stay the course and always strive for greater excellence. Remain united as a people and remain united as a nation. This way, you will honor this great statesman, this great son of this soil, in a manner that he would be pleased if he were alive. This is the best way to live his legacy. We will always hold you in our prayers. You are not alone. Hamba Kale, Tata Mandela.
Thank you, President Kikwete. Thank you particularly for taking us down memory lane and getting us to remember many things that our leaders were involved in the struggle to free our country. We have to gain more time now. We have diplomats from a number of countries, and I'm not going to read their names as I'd like us to save a little bit more time. We've got ambassadors of the following countries: Ukraine, Mauritania, obviously Tanzania, European Commission, Zambia, obviously, Russian Federation, China, Spain, Denmark, Canada, France, of course Malawi, United States, United Kingdom, Ecuador, Japan, and Paraguay, and a number of others. We've also got the heads of various international bodies who are represented here. We've got the African Development Bank and the UN Food Programme representatives. Would like to welcome them all. It is possible that we may have omitted to mention other organizations and indeed dignitaries that are here. I'd like you to accept our apologies. We've been inundated with a number of people who have come to celebrate Madiba's life, and it is possible that in the course of all the arrangements, some things may have slipped through. As we have to gain time and keep our appointment with laying Madiba to rest, I'd now like to call upon the President of the Republic of South Africa, our own President Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma, to come and pay tribute to Madiba.
Ibambeni magabane, ibambeni mathola maduna, mayihlala phansi bamba umthetho. uyaphakama inkalanzinzi yeli lizwe, uyaphakama umongameli weli lizwe ezowunika inhlabiso Maqabane. Kuyabalakala kamsholozi bawumongameli nazinkosi nazinkosana nangamadoda nangamadodana nababafazi nababafazana nababantu nababantwana. Silapha ke kunamhlanje sizowukhahlela uzwayiba lezembezi elide lakazondwa, ufafa ludo olumadolodolo lakaMadiba, into yakhula ngenembe kaGastyeketya yaze yazalwa seyinamazinyo. Yala nto sisithi xa kunamhlanje halala Dalphunga halala. Yala nto xa kunamhlanje sisithi wayethile uMadiba umde wathi ginyani noba kuyarharha akukraki kuba kukraka kukraka kuba nikroka. Wayethile uMaqalanga ndidlele ndayifela inyaniso wathi we have managed to defeat the primordial beast of gargantuan appetite. Yala nto xa kunamhlanje msholozi omhle sisithi there is no tomorrow without a yesterday. There is either no tonight without a yesternight. The bones of our ancestors are vibrating. The waves of African oceans are reverberating, propagating gogabilities, the possibilities of flexibilities. Wayethile umsholozi omhle ngelinye ilanga wathi uMadiba umde kaloku is the VIP, a very important person, a very important prince, a very important patriot, a very important politician, a very important prisoner, a very important philosopher, a very important pragmatist, a very important president, a very important pensioner, a very important patient, a very important papa. Mantwasonke bantu baseAfrika ngelithi goduka kaloku umntwana omhle, goduka Madiba umde kaloku ubuntu bugqibile, goduka Madiba uqhathula ufezile, ncengani ikasi isapho lakwaMandela kuba kaloku inxaxheba yenu siyibonile. Hayi abantu madoda bayakwazi ukuzala, hayi abantu madoda bayakwazi ukuzeka. Sibamba ngesibini mzi wakwaDlomo mathola nyonga nje kudlelana ukudlwa kombona kuchubelana nderham yo.
Thina sizwe thina sizwe Tatwa
ilathathwa ilathathwa ngabantu mabawuyeke mabawuyeke umhlaba mabawuyeke Mama Graça Machel, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and the entire Mandela family, and abathembu bonke. His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, the chairperson of the African Union and Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Dr. Joyce Banda, chairperson of SADC and the President of the Republic of Malawi. Your Excellency President Jakaya Kikwete, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe, and Vice Presidents present here, former President Thabo Mbeki, and all former heads of state and government, ministers, deputy ministers, and all representatives of governments, the diplomatic corps, the leadership of the ANC, South African Communist Party, COSATU and SANCO, leaders of fraternal political organizations, and friends of South Africa, religious leaders, traditional leaders, compatriots and friends. Today marks the end of an extraordinary journey that began 95 years ago. It is the end of 95 glorious years of a freedom fighter, a dedicated and humble servant of the people of South Africa, a fountain of wisdom, a pillar of strength, and a beacon of hope to all those fighting for a just and equitable world order. We are truly honored to be part of the final journey of this great son of our country and the founding president of a free and democratic South Africa, Isithwalandwe Siapalangwe, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Dada, it has been a long, painful week for us, your people, your comrades, your relatives, your friends, since you took your last breath on the 5th of December 2013. When you became critically ill last year, we were gripped with fear and anxiety. We did not want to confront the reality of your mortality. Over the past 9 days of mourning, people have expressed their grief in various ways. What truly stands out is the spectacular display of admiration by the thousands who descended upon the Union buildings in Pretoria to spend just one moment with you as you lay in state. As you observed the long, patient queues lining the streets to the Union buildings, some silent, some singing, many crying, we asked ourselves, what is it about this man that elicits this outpouring of sincere emotions? The answer is that when people see goodness in a person, they respond by reflecting goodness back at that person. And on their fellow men and women. We wish today to express two simple words. Thank you. Thank you for being everything we wanted and needed in a leader during a difficult period in our lives. Siyabulela, Enkosi, Tata. Whilst your long walk to freedom has ended in the physical sense, our own journey continues. We have to continue building the type of society you worked tirelessly to construct. We have to take your legacy forward. In doing so, we'll continue drawing lessons from your very rich and extraordinary life. We'll always remember you as a man of integrity who embodied the values and principles that your organization, the ANC, promotes. These are unity, selflessness, sacrifice, collective leadership, humility, honesty, discipline, hard work, and mutual respect. We'll promote these values and practice them in order to build the type of society you wanted. That society is outlined in the ideals you espoused, the ideals you lived for, and which you were prepared to die for. These ideals defined your organization, the ANC. You summarized them in your timeless statement in court in 1964, and the statement that is well known, almost becoming like a verse in the Bible because of its profoundness. When democracy was ushered in on the 27th of April 1994, you set out to build this ideal society. You actively promoted the achievement of a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa. You taught us to embrace one another as compatriots, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or creed. You did this because you hated racism. In your first court statement in October 1962, where you objected to being a black man in a white man's court, being tried by a white court, which was enforcing laws you had had no hand in making. We had also spoke out strongly against racism. You said, and I quote, "I hate race discrimination most intensely and in all its manifestations. I've fought it all during my life. I fight it now. I will do so until the end of my life." Unquote. We pledge today to continue promoting non-racialism and tolerance in our country and to build a South Africa that truly belongs to all. We also cherish the lessons you taught us of the importance of reconciliation, forgiveness, and compassion. We forgave those who had taken you away, and the most of your adult life, and who had dehumanized the majority of your compatriots. We learned from you that to build a new society, a new South Africa, from the ashes of apartheid colonialism, we needed to rise above anger and the human desire for retribution. In this way, you offered hope in the place of hopelessness. Tata, you did not only believe in anger, in gender equality, you practiced it. Gender equality gained prominence and seriousness under your presidency, leading to an increase in the numbers of women in public office, especially in parliament and cabinet. We dare not reverse your achievements in this regard. Yem, as your journey ends today, ours must continue in earnest. One thing we can assure you of today, Tata, as you take your final steps, is that South Africa will continue to rise. Your abiding revolutionary spirit will prevail on us to not rest until the poor and the working class have truly benefited from the material fruits of freedom and democracy which you fought for. Therefore, today, we undertake to take forward the promotion of an improved quality of life for all. We commit to work more intensively to deal a decisive blow against the persisting poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We pledge to take your vision forward for good schools and hospitals, quality housing and utilities, decent jobs and working conditions, as well as efficient and accountable public service. Learning from your good self, will continue to use education as a weapon to improve the quality of life and bring about change, and to invest in the development of children and the youth. You loved children dearly. Therefore, in your memory, South African children must grow up in a country that is not only politically free, but which is also free and safe from violence, free and safe from crime, free and safe from poverty, ignorance, and disease, free and safe from indignity. That is the type of country we are building. In doing all this and more, we will be able to complete this country's transformation into the global force for social and economic leadership that we believed we were capable of being. Indeed, South Africa will continue to rise because we dare not fail you. The children of the accomplished strategic thinker and consummate man of action that you were must succeed and will succeed to build the South Africa of your dreams. Tata, as your triumphant journey comes to an end, we sincerely thank you for dedicating your life to building a free and democratic South Africa in which all shall live in equality and dignity. We sincerely thank you. Thank your family for sharing you with us and the world. We acknowledge the suffering of your own children who had an absent father and a father who was called a dangerous man and a terrorist by the apartheid regime and its surrogates. They are, no doubt, truly proud today to have been brought to this planet by a man so great and yet so humble. We thank your late former wife, Mama Evelyn Masse, who raised your children under difficult conditions while you spent time in prison. We acknowledge Comrade Winnie Madikizela Mandela, who kept your name alive and provided support and strength throughout the difficult years. When the ANC was banned, she refused to be silenced and carried on the struggle with amazing bravery. She was persecuted severely for standing by you and for remaining resolute in the pursuit of a free, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist and united South Africa. We are proud of the contribution that she has made to the struggle for the liberation of our country as an activist and leader in her own name and right. We thank your dear wife, Mama Graça Machel, who has been at your side providing love, strength, and companion. The past year has not been easy for her. During your ill health, she ensured your care and comfort until the final moments. Given Mama Graça's own passion for children's rights and well-being, the two of you made a formidable pair for the benefit of children. We acknowledge your impressive grandchildren who have matured in a way beyond their age because of the type of family they have been born into. We acknowledge your own children who also have given valuable support to you as a father and made you feel comfortable. Many have looked after you over the years, providing support and love and doing many things that would have made you proud. In many of them, we see you. We thank Abathembu, Amadlo, Onke, for being the pillar you needed in undertaking tasks of building this great country. Sibulela nabantu abakhe apha eQunu. We have always remained a source of inspiration to you. We extend our deep-felt condolences to our organization, the ANC, as well as COSATU, the South African Communist Party, and the South African National Civic Organization, for whom your departure is a monumental loss. We thank the ANC in particular for providing the space for you to lead us to freedom and to influence humanity. Our thoughts are with the community of Qunu and surroundings who have lost their famous son. We extend our condolences to the entire South African nation, whose pain we share deeply as a government whose foundation you laid in 1994. Our hearts go out to all your friends who have each lost a part of themselves in your passing. From George Bezos to Ahmed Kathrada, Andrew Mlangeni, and other stalwarts, we feel their pain. When bidding you farewell, we also remember how fortunate we have been for our country to have produced leaders of your caliber. Through you, we salute Oliver Reginald Tambo, Walter Sisulu, Govan Mbeki, Elias Motsoaledi, Raymond Mhlaba, Moses Kotane, Stephen Dlamini, Helen Joseph, Lillian Ngoyi, Dorothy Nyembe, Joe Slovo, Bram Fisher, and many others who have shared the moments of struggle with you. We owe it to them and to countless South Africans and foreign nationals who died in pursuit of our struggle, to take your vision of a better life for all forward. We acknowledge your medical team who worked round the clock managing your health. They are an amazing team of medical professionals. We thank your personal support staff, from protectors to household and administration, all of whom are going through a lot of pain since we have departed. Tata, you were an internationalist, which is why Africa and the world descended on this country to bid you farewell. We will continue to contribute to building a better Africa and a better and more just and equitable world order. We thank Africa and the world again for the solidarity and support since your passing. Madiba, Yem, we will miss your smile, your laughter, your love, and your leadership. We will cherish every moment we spent with you. You are indeed an extraordinary human being. You will remain our guiding light, illuminating the path as we continue the long journey to build the South Africa of your dreams. We shall not say goodbye, for you are not gone. You will live forever in our hearts and minds. Hamba kahle Madiba, Yem, Zondwa, Ngolomsila, Vela bempensela, Sophisho. Hamba kakuhle goqa lamagoqa, hamba kahle qhawe lamaqhawe. Samaya hantle sinahla sasinahla. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would like to thank President Jacob Zuma for the tribute that he has paid to Tatu Madiba on behalf of the people of South Africa. It is almost impossible, completely undoable, to pay tribute to a colossal life like Nelson Mandela's in just 2.5 hours. We have run into a slight time problem, and we're going to apologize and ask Abatembu to give us a little bit of latitude, just a few more minutes, because we have 3 other things to do. We have to take the sermon, but before we take the sermon from Bishop Siwa, would like to get 2 votes of thanks. One which we cannot avoid, and that is from one of the great fathers of on the African continent, and that is former President Kenneth Kaunda, to come and pay a brief vote of thanks, and thereafter we'll ask General Bantu Holomisa to come and give a vote of thanks, which he was going to give at the graveside, but we felt he should rather do it here, and thereafter we take the sermon, and after that the military then takes over, and we will make further announcements of how we are going to proceed with regard to the military service. President Kaunda, please come forward.
Yamike Madiba Dimutima Umo. You have forgotten. Yeah. Master of ceremony. Comrade President Zuma, former presidents, all presidents from outside South Africa, including young man from Tanzania, Mama Maria, wife of my greatest friend, Just Nyerere, she is here. I'm glad this young man brought her here. Mama Winnie, Michelle, all great leaders of South Africa, men and women. You are doing a wonderful thing to organize a farewell of this type to this great son of Africa. I had the chance to meet a number of my friends from the Boer company. The first one I met was Prime Minister Foster. I met him in his train, white train, across River Zambezi. We were there for 3 nights. I was saying to him, Prime Minister, please release Nelson Mandela and his colleagues. Come together, begin meeting, talking about the future of South Africa. Build a new South Africa together. For 3 nights, I came to nothing. Then came another Boer leader, Botha, I think it was called Botha. Same train, this time between Botswana and South Africa. I said, look, release Nelson Mandela and his colleagues. Discuss the future of South Africa together. You're all members of this country. Talk together. I didn't succeed. 12 hours came to nothing. Then came my meeting with de Klerk. He was not Prime Minister yet. He was only Secretary General of the Boer party. And after a few hours, I called a press conference. And I said, I think I can do business with this man. Thank God, he became Prime Minister, and he raised this great man whose life the whole world, not only you South Africans, the whole world is celebrating. He raised him. He raised him. Who is Nelson Mandela? Who is he? How do I see him? This man is a blessed child of the Lord God Almighty. He followed the commandments that God Almighty, our Creator, has given to the whole human race. Love God, your Creator, with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind, all your strength. As to that one he has made in his image, like you, his commandment is love your neighbor as you love yourself. Do unto others as you would have them do unto others as you would have them do unto you. What were our brothers, the Boers, doing here? They accepted the commandment. They said they had accepted those commandments of the Lord. They came to South Africa. What did they do? What did they do? They found black people here and began saying, no, you are not God's children. We are God's children. We must keep you there in the distance. And you know, when you go to pray, you must pray by yourselves. You all must be on yourself there. At a distance. And when it comes to hospitals, we can't be with you, same hospital. You must start there. Schools, schools. Our children to get spoiled, mixing with black people. No. We'll put our children here. You children will be there. Segregation. That is not God's commandment. God's commandment is love your neighbor as you love yourself. That neighbor is regardless of color. That neighbor is regardless of faith. That neighbor is regardless of anything else. He is your neighbor, made in God's image, like you. Who are you to say he is not in God's image? Who are you to say that? Condemning God's decision? And you go and say, we are praying God with that type of attitude, that type of mentality? This great young man we worship today came and said, no. My Boer friends, you can't go on like this. It can't happen. He looked at them. And can you see how wonderful he was? Those games, rugby, all those games for the Boers only, he went there and said, look, there's a game of yours here. It's my game also. Do you understand? It's my game also. We'll play together. Understand? Come on, come. In no time at all, the Boers began to change. And I remember Archbishop Tutu, once the New Zealanders came here, Archbishop Tutu said, Madiba has taught us to follow up, participate in this game. Madiba said, come, black, what do you call them? Who watch, what do you call them? Those who watch, what do you call them? Yeah?
In trouble for time.
Time, all right. The young man is controlling and is controlling an old man who has controlled, who has fought Boers. All right, young man, I'm going to end soon. But please, this thing is serious. How would you behave like that? You say you're Christians. You have church buildings for one color. How can you say we call that God? No, that's not God at all. All right, what has happened now? This great son of the world, not only of South Africa, Madiba, showed us the way. Whether you're white, black, yellow, or brown, you're all God's children. Come together, work together, and God will show you the way. This young man is chasing me away. Please remember, I appreciate his time factor. And all of us must remember that as we go on without Madiba, it is no more in terms of life, is no more in terms of this life, but is still Madiba, our leader. It's still Madiba sent to us by God, our Creator. Madiba sent to us to come and teach us how to fight racism to the best of our ability. Let us remember this love he had for us all. Without that, we can't succeed. So, Master of Ceremony, as you continue with this wonderful program, remember to love your neighbor as you love yourself. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Mama Maria, thank you for coming to join us here. You and your husband did something very important for Tanzania. This young president here comes out of your work. Continue to support him, and he will continue to support all of us with his activities. May God Almighty continue to bless him and all others like him who have come to know the importance of what Julius Kambarage Nyerere did for us all. Fare thee well. Amen.
Let us give President Kenneth Kaunda a rousing round of applause, please. These are the elders of our continent, and it was important that we should hear from President Kenneth Kaunda. Madiba had this ability to walk with kings and queens and ordinary people, and he also had another ability to be able to work with superstars, actors, and people like that. And we have today amongst us the one person, the young person who's acting him in the movie Long Walk to Freedom. Idris Elba is here
and he's been nominated for the performance that he gave. And we've also got the Best Actor Oscar winner, Forrest Whitaker is also amongst us. We've also got the lady who played Winnie in another movie, Alfred Woodard. She's also here. Would like to recognize Reverend Daughtry, the veteran of the anti-apartheid movement and civil rights movement of the United States. He is here amongst us as well. And lastly, as I call General Holomisa, would like to recognize the representatives of King Goodwill Zwelithini and King Sobhuza of Swaziland. They are well represented at this funeral. General Holomisa, please.
Our program directors, the presiding officers, the Mandela family, the Mase family, the Madikizela family, the Mashel family, His Excellency President Zuma, and members of the executive, Your Excellencies, heads of government and states, Your Majesties and representatives of royal families, ambassadors and high commissioners, leaders of the ANC and other political parties, the Tembu family, Zolbanze, fellow South Africans, the former President Thabo Mbeki, fellow South Africans and guests from all over the world. We have almost reached the end of Madiba's funeral service, and as it is customary, we acknowledge the efforts of those who have contributed to its success. I therefore wish to extend, on behalf of the Mandela family and the King of the Tembus, the warmest vote of thanks to the following people without whom this funeral service would not have been a success. Since Madiba was admitted to hospital early this year, South Africans of all races held countrywide services to pray for his speedy recovery. Some, in their show of support, even descended on the Pretoria Mediclinic Heart Hospital, where Madiba received treatment, to hold all-night prayer vigils. The international community also prayed for his speedy recovery. We were overwhelmed by the support we received from the friends of the Mandela family, South Africans, our fellow Africans, and the international community during that difficult time. Thank you very much. To the South African government, thank you for giving Madiba a respectful and dignified state funeral befitting a struggle icon, a father of our nation, and a life lived in service of others. Specifically to the Department of Public Works, who faced the mammoth task of organizing the logistics and the infrastructure for the memorial and funeral services. Thank you very much. To the Department of Defense and our servicemen and women who practiced Madiba, or rather who protected Madiba from the beginning of his journey right up to its conclusion. Thank you. To you, Ngamalala, asinamazwi mhlekazi siyabulela. Umngane wakho bezawutsho athi, Amalala, ihleli nobantu apha. Ndimgadile angasibhukuqi. To the heads of states and the many dignitaries here present, words seem inadequate to express our gratitude for your support and solidarity. You have shown us the true meaning of Ubuntu or humanity, and your actions have given us the much-needed comfort during this difficult time. The leaders who shared this stage today, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your memories. Your words inspired us and warmed our hearts. To the medical teams who took care of Tata Madiba, we thank you very much for a grateful family and a grateful people. They are saying to you, thank you. To his personal doctor, since 1990, Dr. Dabula, you have done well. I still remember the phone calls. I used to wake you up in the middle of the night when Madiba was in Mthatha if something is not going well. And I will just say, it's an instruction, Chief. Tata lo AK yakho udla ngoyixoya kawuze apha kum uhambe eQunu Tata kaphilanga. Thank you very much, Tata. To each of the service providers, each pair of hands who helped, the effort it took to make today possible has not gone unnoticed. Utata would have approved of our hard work, rather of your hard work and dedication. To the singers, choirs, and musicians, thank you for blessing this gathering with your talents. There always was a story to tell. Without the role that the media play in our society, the struggle story would not have been told. And without you, the world would not have been able to share today with us. Thank you to you as well. To the team of people who were tasked to organize Madiba's send-off, the program, ladies and gentlemen, started almost 8 years ago. Our thanks to the former President Mbeki, who, when Utata showed signs of not being well, advised the Madiba family to be part of planning committee. Sir, thank you very much for showing leadership. Also, allow me to also thank Magaziwe Mandela, Madiba's eldest daughter, for her sterling job in guiding us in this wonderful send-off preparations. A word of thanks to our program directors, Ms. Balega Mbete, and my former Secretary General, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, who have so admirably led this program. Thank you for doing us proud. For the gifts bestowed on the family by the kings of the region, the private sector, all and sundry, thank you for your contribution wherever it was made. We thank the ANC for the role it played in the struggle and for having Madiba as its leader. The chapter in South Africa's history will never be forgotten. Thank you also for the organization which also played role during our planning phases. Zikobeleni Makabane. I once more thank all the people in attendance here, the people of South Africa, both here and those watching at home, and the peoples of Africa and the world for their love and support. For the minor things that might have gone wrong this past week with arrangements or logistics, thank you for understanding that today's event is unprecedented and we will never have such a day again. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Finally, I wish to take this opportunity to thank you, Tata, for the trust you placed in me. The responsibility was tremendous, and I bid you final goodbye today. It was an honor to serve you, Tata. In conclusion, finally, I think Berlin once said, the song is ended, but the melody lingers on. Borrowing these words, the Madiba song may have ended, but its melody lingers on. We all have a responsibility to ensure that the melody of Madiba song never stops. God bless Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, General. We are moving towards the wrapping up of the program as we invite Bishop Z. Siwa to deliver as brief a sermon as possible. We know that that's not the easiest of things in real life. Kodwa ke umfundisi siqhela ukubambisana naye. Yeah.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma, Mama Grasa, and Mama Winnie, and the entire Mandela family, and the leaders of governments and states, Royal Highnesses, Majesties, and all protocol observed, and all the people of God gathered here and far, I greet you warmly in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. In Matthew's Gospel, chapter 25, verse 21, I found the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a little. I will set you over much. Enter into the joy of your master." The life we mourn and celebrate today is contrary to William Shakespeare's Macbeth when he says, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing, quote and unquote. This life is not brief, and its impact will be with us for many years to come. It is life that will continue to echo on the stage of life for many years to come. It is not a tale told by an idiot, for it had no sound and fury, but instead has been and will continue to ooze with dignity, meaning, integrity, and focus. It is not simply entertainment on the stage, but quality actions that led to our transforming outcomes. We will forever salute you, Tata, and long for more of those quality actions that lead to more transformation in our time. Taking lessons from Tata Nelson Mandela, I want to tie up with the lessons I draw from the passage of scripture we have read. Jesus tells this story in Matthew chapter 25, and it is a story of 3 slaves. 3 people who are comrades in slavery. And as a follower of Jesus Christ, I love the third one, and I side with the third one. He interests me. He had the guts to look at justice issues at great cost to himself, showed through selflessness and sacrifice. Yes, of course, the first and the second slaves had a different approach to make use of what was available to them. But this story of Tata Nelson Mandela and the story we have read leaves a legacy and rays of hope for many generations to come. In the passage of scripture we have read, Jesus tells the story that a certain master is said to have entrusted a huge amount of money, for the talent in the scripture is money, not the talent as we know in the English language. Left a huge amount of money in the hands of the slaves in order for them to do business for him in his absence. As I said, the 3 are comrades. They are slaves together. My special comrade, let me take you to his action, the third slave. To start with, he is less resourced than the other 2 slaves. One is given 5 talents. If I was in America, I would say $5,000. And the other one is given 2, and one is given 1. He acts from a position of disadvantage, but he makes the best use of it. He shows deep understanding of economic paradigms. And he had the courage to speak the truth, and in this instance exposes the unjust system in a brilliant, courageous way, even very dangerous to himself. He acts in a way that gives him a platform to address and expose the unjust system. Did not Rolihlahla Mandela do the same at the Rivonial trial? The third slave acted in a way that is contrary to the conventional way of cooperation with an unjust system. He takes the money, the 1 talent, and as if he was waiting for this moment, when the master gets angry, when the system is angry with him, he takes the platform to make the point. And he responds, I know you, you are a hard man. I know you reap where you did not sow. I know. And I was afraid. He cushions it in a nice language. I was afraid lest I make a mistake and lose your investment. You would be restless. So he kept it and returned it. Powerful act of civil disobedience. Powerful act of defiance campaign. Powerful act of refusal to cooperate with an unjust system. A deep cry for a just economy based on the principles of Ubuntu. I am because we are. It hit so hard on the system that it exposed the injustice system. And listen to this. The system itself is pushed by a slave to admit, yes, you know that I sow where I have not, I reap where I have not sowed. But it goes on to say, the system declares in verse 29, to everyone who has, will be given more, and he will have abundance. But from him who has not, even what he has will be taken away. The injustice exposed. The truth is revealed. But this brilliant thinker and activist had to pay dearly. What a waste. He was taken away just as Dr. Nelson Mandela was taken away for 27 years. And the words of the system say, take this slave and throw him in the darkness and in the gnashing of the teeth. He faced the full wrath, but he refused to be something else. And this is a time when we bid Madiba farewell to say, oh, for a system that is just. Oh, for a system that is based on the principles of Ubuntu. Oh, for a system that does not take away from those who have little. That all God's people may begin to share life in all its fullness. The other two comrades, except for my little gripe with them, my gripe is they cooperated with the system and did not stand with their fellow comrade. They even took his only talent, even watched when he was thrown into darkness, failed to act on the side of justice, abandoned the fellow comrade in slavery. May this be the time when the fellow comrades in slavery may come together and stand side by side as we seek ways of a better system and a better world together. They were not courageous enough to challenge the ruthless system, but instead looked for the best thing to do in the circumstances. Use what was available from them. Apart from my gripe, we still learn from these comrades that opportunities must not be allowed to fly by, as long as we do not forget the justice issues. In 1985, Tata Mandela refused to leave the fellow comrades behind and waited for a time where he would not come out alone. He is quoted as have said over and over again, your freedom and mine cannot be separated. It is important to notice that the two are juxtaposed, they are put together side by side to expose the evil system as much as we can, and at the same time make use of the available opportunities as shown in this story. The benefit must be for all and not only the masters. We have to make use of what we have towards a goal of a better life for all. But the master here that Jesus is talking about is God of all grace, God of all life, who will reward all who live justly according to the abundance of his mercies. It further teaches us that the reward extends beyond the term of office. These two wealth managers' term of office had come to an end with the return of the master. But the job well done and the recognition will carry on even beyond the term of office, even to eternity. That is the nature of just actions. They move on even when you leave office. They stay with you. Faithfulness begets celebration that knows no end, whilst those who do not act justly become so scared when the term of office comes to an end. Good leadership has no fear of what will happen, but simply focus on giving self in a manner of Jesus, in the manner of Nelson Mandela, who emptied himself for the sake of creation. May we take that leaf of selflessness from the life of Nelson Mandela and from the life of Jesus. We salute this example which has been laid before us in a culture that seems to be producing more takers than givers. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over little. Enter into the joy of your master. To the people of South Africa, let me quote from the poet, the philosopher and artist of Lebanon, Khalil Gibran, who wrote a timeless piece of work titled The Prophet. In that little booklet, he tells the story of a character named Al-Mustafa, who is said to have waited 12 years for the ship that was to take him back home to the place of his birth from a particular island. In the 12th year of his waiting, he climbed the hill to check if the ship was coming, and he saw it appearing from the mist. The gates of his heart were open, and his joy flew over the sea. But as it descended from the hill, sadness came upon him, and he thought in his heart, I quote, "How shall I go in peace and without sorrow? No, not without a wound in the spirit shall I leave the city." There was pain of leaving behind the people he loved dearly. But at the same time, the thought in him was that the eagle takes off and flies across the sky, leaving its nest behind. Let us join the people of that village as we bid our icon farewell. They said as they watched him go, I quote, "You have been a moontide in our twilight, and your youth has given us dreams to dream. Let not the waves of the sea separate us now, and the years you have spent in our midst become a memory. Your shadow has been a light upon our faces." Tata Nelson Mandela lived a life that sent rays of hope to those he is leaving behind. May that continue. The best tribute we can pay today is to strive that our lives become both recipients and transmitters of light of hope and vibrations of the life to others. As we bid Tata Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela good night, waiting for the morning of the resurrection, the fitting tribute will be that we strive for the fulfillment of his dream. To the family, I want to leave this image with you. Bishop Brent of St. George's Cathedral, Windsor, England, wrote, "What is dying?" And he says, "A ship sails and I stand watching until she fades on the horizon. And someone at my side says, 'She is gone.' Gone where? Gone from my sight, that is all. She is as large as when I saw her. The diminished size and total loss of sight is in me, not in her. She is gone." Just at the moment when someone at my side says, "She is gone," there are others who are watching her coming, and their voices take up a glad shout, "There she comes," and that is dying. Well done, good and faithful servant. We will always cherish the life you shared with the people of this nation. May God bless you all. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Bishop Siwa. We now have come to the end of this part of the funeral service. We are now going to hand over to the military to perform their service as they lead us to the graveside. Reverend Mehana will come and announce those clergy who will accompany the hearse to the graveside. There are quite a number of logistical considerations which we've been advised of by the military, and I'd like us to listen very carefully. There are about 4,500 people here, and the graveside is only configured to take 450 people. The rest of those who will not go will sit here in the marquee and watch the proceedings, which are quite close by. There is an amphitheater that has been built just in front of the grave, which will only be able to accommodate some 400 people, with the family sitting much closer to the grave. So please let us all listen very carefully as to who will be in the number of the 450 who will go to the graveside. And I'm going to read it very carefully and slowly so that everyone can understand. If you do not fall into the category that I will announce, we will request you please to stay seated and watch the proceedings as they go on stage. The family, no doubt, are in the group that will be able to go to the graveside, and there will be amongst them and then there will be the military command and the Minister of Defense and the deputy and pallbearers, as well as the extended family overflow of people who are well identified. Then there will be heads of state will be able to accompany our President Jacob Zuma to the graveside, and the First Ladies, and then there will be the former heads of state will also be able to go to the graveside. Traditional leaders, there's been a provision that has been made, and they know themselves, about 15 will be able to go. And then, of course, there's the African Union Commission Chair and the deputy heads of state, and there'll be ANC officials, as well as the National Working Committee. Fortunately, does not include all members of the National Executive Committee. Then there are only 4 members of the Interministerial Committee. That does not include the Working Committee of the ANC. Then there are senior ANC veterans. Only 15 have been provided for. And then there will be eminent persons, one of whom we didn't get a chance to announce. It's Richard Branson, who is also here, who is also a member of the Elders, which was set up by Madiba, as we all heard. We welcome you, Sir Richard Branson. And then there will be the leadership of the ANC in the Eastern Cape. We've made provision for about 10, and they know themselves as well. And this is being done because there isn't sufficient space. So not everyone will be able to get space to go, and we beg your indulgence that nobody should ever feel excluded or undermined. Then there will be 15 religious leaders who Reverend Mehana here will announce. Then there's the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly, as well as the National Council of Provinces, Deputy and Chair and Deputy. Then there are premiers of the provinces, of the 8 provinces, because the Eastern Cape province is already catered for. So the premiers of the other 8 provinces, and then there will be the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice. That will give us a total of 450 people, and we ask that we act in the true Madiba fashion of being disciplined, of being able to do things as correctly as he always did, and those who are not in the list, because we want to avoid a stampede at the graveside, to please stay here and be able to follow the proceedings as they go on. And the military will now come and take over after Reverend Mehana and after my co-chair here, Baleka Mbete, has said a few words. Reverend Mehana.
The religious leaders who will be going to the graveside, I've got cards for you which you will get from me. It's Bishop Siwa, Bishop Makhoba, Bishop Dabula, Reverend Nyobole, Bishop Mpumlwana, Bishop Ndungane, Tata Tutu, Archbishop of the Roman Catholic Church, Bishop Trishbin, Bishop Changela of this district, Reverend Mbete, the Chairman of the Eastern Cape South African Council of Churches, Reverend Kwabaza, Bishop Sboto, the presiding bishop of the Mzwasetopia, Reverend Jerry Pillay of the Presbyterian Church, Bishop Mzamane, the bishop of this diocese, Bishop Sioka, the president of the South African Council of Churches, Reverend Dr. Fuzani, representing the Bantu Church of Christ. Those are the religious leaders who will go there. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the program directors, I wish to thank you, Comrade President Jacob Zuma, for having entrusted the responsibility of directing the state funeral, key events, in particular the memorial service on Tuesday, as well as this final funeral service. Thank you for the responsibility given to us, the confidence you have shown in us. But it's also an opportunity to thank Tata, to say, "Uhambe kahle Tata, sawuhlale sikukhumbula." You did give us many brilliant moments of leadership, but you did also give us moments of lots of laughter, which we don't have a chance to talk about now. I think we still have to write books just about moments with Tata. And I think that would be such a revelation of the kind of person he was. Siyabulela Madiba, siyabulela Tata wetu. Uhambe kahle.
Thank you. Lastly, just a word of thank you to the Interministerial Committee and the Funeral Planning Committee that arranged everything over the past 10 days. I think they did a sterling job and they need to be congratulated. This is the very first time that we are burying a former head of state of Madiba's stature. Many mistakes were made, many things were done correctly. We learn in the process and would like to say to the people of South Africa, thank you. Thank you for giving Madiba the best send-off of all time and for giving him a dignified funeral and send away and a great memorial time during the past 10 days. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commander-in-Chief, permission to observe the military protocols. Thank you. As we continue to give our late Commander-in-Chief, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, the following protocols will be observed. Paul Beras, Major General Tlatywayo, Major General Mabuza, Major General Mbambo, Major General Sigudu, Rear Admiral Hlongwane, Rear Admiral Mabuza, Major General Ford, Major General Smith. Bearers: Senior Chief Warrant Officer Gogo, Senior Chief Warrant Officer Lobshe, Senior Chief Warrant Officer Shabalala, Senior Chief Warrant Officer Moodley, Senior Chief Warrant Officer Narain, Senior Chief Warrant Officer Roos, Chief Warrant Officer Halgreen, Chief Warrant Officer Mbezi, Master Chief Warrant Officer Khaladi, who is the warrant officer in charge of the bearers. We also respectfully ask the chief military mourners to take the position as we respectfully remain seated when the military is giving its honors to our late Commander-in-Chief.
njengokuba sibabona onyawo-ntle bekhokhele ngaphambili ngokuqinisekileyo nomzimba kabawo uNelson Mandela uza kulandela. Kodwa Vuyo, ndifuna ukuthi ngaphakathi izithethi zitsho zavokotheka zibalula isakhono sokuzinikela sikabawo uNelson Mandela apho kusingethwe kuso umphefumlo nomxhelo wokwakha isizwe emva kwezivubeko ze-apartheid ezashiya umuntu ontsundu ejacekile kweli loMzantsi Afrika. Kodwa kunamhlanje nje Vuyo sibuye samila intsiba nathi singabantu ebantwini ngenxa yegalelo labantu abafana nobawo uNelson Mandela noxa bakhe kumzabalazo wenkululeko.
Ngokuqinisekileyo sisinoxolo iinkokheli zitsho kwavokotheka ongevanga akasayi kuphinda eve. I think I particularly appreciated the stand that the family took and that of addressing what was an abominable act. I remember us discussing this on Tuesday in the evening as we sought to wrap the events of the day, that as much as, no matter how angry whoever may have been about whatever, it was just inappropriate to have used the occasion to vent out, use the occasion of Madiba's tribute when the entire world was paying homage to this gallant hero. And I think it was bold of the family to have actually made a point that they do send a very clear message that they didn't appreciate what happened on Tuesday.
And kuyavakala kunjalo nje Vuyo into yokuba isithethi sekhaya sayikhankanya lento kubonakala into yokuba ibaxhelile emphefumlweni ngoba ngendlela athethe ngayo kuyabonakala into yokuba yinto ebebengayilindelanga ukuba ingenzeka ngeli xesha lokubekwa nokuhlonitshwa kukabawo uNelson Mandela. Kodwa ke masithembe Vuyo into yokuba abebi boMzantsi Afrika bavile. Andazi ke noba njengele ungakhe usichazele into yokuba kuzawuqhubeka ntoni ngoku. Sisenaye uMajor General Mabanga kunye nathi apha estudio, sifuna akasichazele into yokuba kuqhubeka ntoni na kanye ngoku njengokuba siwabona amalungu omkhosi engxangile xebe nguBrigadier General Xolani Mabanga.
This is the military procession leading to the burial site, led by the Chaplain General of the South African National Defence Force, Brigadier General Jamangile, and the senior mourners. Then we'll see the bearers carrying the casket and the pallbearers. And as we come close to the gravesite, we will see the proceedings where the casket will be taken to the gravesite. After this will be followed by a fly past. And what is significant by fly past of today is that the Gripens, our jet fighters, will be flying in a formation that is called missing man formation, which is normally done when pilots have lost one of their fellow colleagues. In this case, it is going to be done dedicated to the life of the former first president of the Democratic South Africa, as well as the first commander-in-chief of the South African National Defence Force. We will see it going through, but I will explain again those when we come to those visuals.
people are more clever. Medical battalion! Attention! Medical battalion! Freeze up!
Break into click on! Click! Mad!
Let us pray. The Lord will find the kind of man he wants and make him ruler of his people. Living and loving Savior and Comforter, we worship you as the light of the world. In our grief, we cling to the steadfast truth that you love us with an undying love. Now that was a man after God's own heart. We know that the grim reaper death does not speak the last word. God speaks the last word, and his word is always a good word. This morning we are compelled to give God honor and to thank him for the life of Madiba. We believe that beyond the absence there is presence. Beyond the pain there is healing. Beyond the brokenness there is wholeness. Beyond the turmoil there is peace. Beyond the hurting there is heaven. Beyond the fighting there is peace. And beyond the silence, God speaks. We will remember Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. To the family and friends of our late Commander-in-Chief, may God soothe your grief. May God sanctify your memories. May the grace of the Lord be sufficient now and whenever the longing for Tata becomes unbearable. Rest in peace. Yours was truly a long walk to freedom. And now you have achieved the ultimate freedom in the bosom of your Maker, God Almighty. Amen.
The camera that's on.
Kungaliphupha Vuyo xa sibona ingcwaba livuliwe umkhumbi kaba uMandela uchophe phezukwalo lilindele ukumgenya kuthi kwaXhosa yenye yezomini apho singathi libambe lingatshoni hayi kuba mhlawumbi siqalekisa kuba siva inhlungu yolwamvila lokufa kulapho uXhosa alingqina khona xa kufika kwelotyeli lokwehla kumkhumbi elokuba ukufa lixeleko ukufa akoneli
ngoqinisekileyo sisinoxolo ukuzika kwalabhokisi uzaba ngona mzuzu mhlawumbi ozawuzika nenhliziyo zabanye ngoba kulapho uqala khona ukuzika ukungena enhliziyweni yomuntu ngokuba eneneni uMadiba asisayi kuphinde simbone phakathi kwethu ewe kambe singamva ngelizwi sithethe naye ewe kambe sizamkhumbula ngezenzo zakhe ewe kambe bambi kuthi bathembisile kokuba bazawuthatha apho ayeke khona kodwa ukumbona ngeliso lenyama kwawuphelela emifanekisweni
kunjalo kanye Vuyo ingcwaba lithafa lokugqibela lithafa lenhlungu apho waziyo into yokuba akudlalwa ngoku kunyembelekile niqinisekile kunjalo nakusapho izalamane nezihlobo zakatata uMandela namhlanje kodwa ukuluma nje kwela sebalungwini Vuyo ngenxa yezenzo zikabawo uNelson Mandela maseliqine elokuba there is no grave deep enough to swallow never
ngoqinisekileyo sisinoxolo mhlawumbi ndingathatha kweza set books zam zesingesi uShakespeare ikho intetho ethi the evil that men do leaves after them the good is often interred with their bones. In Madiba's case, whatever evil there may have been, I don't think the good that he has done will go into that grave with him. I think it's going to stay among us. It's for us really to, as we have been saying, as many people have been saying throughout over the past 10 days, that it is up to us now to really make a more real and practical. Make sure that whatever Madiba lived and died for, we are going to take over from here, take the baton and run with it, and run even faster than he was ever able to do in the years that he shared with us.
Ingakumbi Vuyo singakhankanyi nje uMadiba kuphela kuba kaloku kuthi xa kusiwa itshanhliziyo elimisebenzi ibonakalayo kuchukumiseke nenhliziyo zabaninzi nengqondo ihlikihleke ucinge ukhumbule amanye amatshanhliziyo asele ehambile ngaphambili ukhumbule imisebenzi yawo ukhumbule ukuzinikela kwawo ingakumbi kweli idabi lethu apha eMzantsi Afrika ebesijongene nalo idabi lengcinezelo abanye Vuyo bandikela ngegazi labo kungoko sisithi xa sithetha sisithi ingaba ukuyifumana kwethu le democracy alizanga laphala ligazi kodwa yona le democracy yethu yondlalelwa ngegazi labaninzi kungoko sisithi xa uba uMadiba ezakwehla ebheke ezantsi emathunjini omhlaba eyokuba sisichumisi kule ndawo yaseQunu wanga uMadiba angehla angamanye amaqhawe angaphambi kwakhe kungathi kanti awafelangilise iceko alisele nathi ngoku thina babemi boMzantsi Afrika siza kwenza ntoni ngale democracy babeyilwela sayifumana ingaba mhlawumbi siza kuyeka ibe sisisulu zezagweba okanye mhlawumbi siza kuzingca ngayo siqinisekise ukuba lo Mzantsi Afrika wethu uba lithafa lokudloba kumlisela nomthinjana.
You're right, Nkolo, and I think as I liked Ahmed Kathrada in his tribute, he went back to some of those people, Chief Albert Luthuli, Vuyisile Mini, and all those people who died for the freedom that we're enjoying today. Yes, we still have a long way to go, but it would do us good as a nation to remember that what we are reaping today has been paid for by the blood, the sweat and tears of many, many people who lived and died so that we could be who we are today and who we are still trying to be. But I also liked his magnanimity and the fact that he didn't confine this, because if you consider the fact that this nation has been united over the past 10 days, he was imploring us that we use the unity that we've seen over the past 10 days to remember that it wasn't only those who belong to the ANC and its allied formations, but also there were others, from other. I mean, he was talking about the people that he and Madiba spent time with at Robben Island, who belong to all those other components of the broad mass liberation movement, like your PACs and your Black Consciousness people, your New Unity movement, and all those people. And I think it was in that spirit that he made specific mention of those individuals, which I think was quite commendable.
Kunjalo kanye Vuyo xa sithetha ngalamaqhawe sisithi ngamaqhawe omzabalazo wenkululeko siwabopha onke ngebhanti elinye asijonge nje kuphela okanye mhlawumbi sibe sithetha ngamaqhawe eANC kuphela xa sisithi ngamaqhawe omzabalazo wenkululeko afela ilizwe lethu siwabopha onke ngebhanti elinye cinga nawuphi umbutho ucinge nabani na mhlawumbi wayengekho sembuthweni wazinikela wazenza idini bonke sibabopha ngebhanti elinye sisithi bangamaqhawe omzabalazo wenkululeko zawuphinda ndilibethelele kungoko sisithi igazi labo malingaphalaleli lize.
Well, and that is where we are going to leave the funeral service. For now, from me and Sis Nkolo here, it's back to the studio in Johannesburg.
Good day and welcome to this very special broadcast, the state funeral of Nelson Mandela. It's been a very dignified ceremony. We have had a day of fitting farewell to the former president. I don't think that there's a dry eye anywhere in the world today. I've certainly had my moments in studio, and I'd just like to quote in the words of Nelson Mandela. On my last day, I want to know that those who remain behind will say, the man who lies here has done his duty for his country and his people. We would like to point out that the reason why we're not showing you any more visuals from the gravesite is because that's according to the wishes of the Mandela family. We're not allowed to show any further visuals from the gravesite, and I will talk to you about that a little later during my interview. Right now, I'd like to introduce actor and playwright